Desassossego fechou mais um sinal e nem mesmo o clima de carnaval. Não sei se não me entenderam direito ou se sou eu quem não consegue entender. Só sei que é muito martírio e tormento, até mesmo quando eu Eu tive medo, meus pés vão sem direção e não é mais nenhum segredo, eu me encontro na contramão e me resguardo o direito de partir, de não lembrar, de não correr, escolher onde cair. É filho preto brincando no quintal e o mundo insiste em transformar o que era sonho em temporal. Não sei se não me entenderam direito ou se sou eu quem não consegue entender. Só sei que é muito martírio e tormento,
Esto es algo que siempre quisimos hacer. Tocar versiones y canciones nuevas.
Queridos amigos, invitados, estamos un poco retrasados con la agenda, así que les pediría que vayamos tomando nuestros asientos para iniciar el día. ¿Vas a hacer la voz? Muy bien. Le pedimos a los miembros de la prensa que tendremos muchas oportunidades durante el día. Vamos a dar inicio al evento, así que muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días a todos. Estamos listos para iniciar. Por favor, tomen sus asientos. Les recordamos también que tenemos un sistema de traducción simultánea, inglés a español. Los aparatos están fuera. Gracias por tomar sus asientos. Please welcome Marco Herrera, Executive Director of Funglode. Demos la bienvenida a Marco Herrera, Director Ejecutivo de Funglode.
Buenos días. Doctor Leonel Fernández, expresidente de la República Dominicana, presidente de la Fundación Global Democracia y Desarrollo. Señor Leo Matos García, vicepresidente de Administración de Central Romana Corporation. Distinguida señora Julia Smearman, directora de Mercados Internacionales del Departamento del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos. Señor Jim Reynolds, CEO de Loop Capital, invitado especial. Señor Manuel Estrella y doña Rosa Hernández de Grullón, que se sientan en la mesa de honor, miembros del Comité Ejecutivo de este foro. señores miembros del Comité Ejecutivo, invitados internacionales, oradores y panelistas, autoridades públicas y privadas, representantes de gremios empresariales, bancarios, civiles y públicos. Quiero hacer mención especial del señor Pedro Brache, presidente del Consejo Nacional de la Empresa Privada, y con él, pues, darle la bienvenida a todos los miembros del sector privado, miembros de la academia, amigos todos. En nombre de la Fundación Global Democracia y Desarrollo, me asiste el honor de darles a todos la bienvenida a este tercer Foro Global a Casa de Campo. Nuevamente, hemos convocado un diverso grupo de profesionales, académicos y actores y practicantes del oficio del que se trata para juntos evaluar el futuro del dinero. El dinero, este concepto existente de los inicios de la historia misma, que representa un lenguaje que nos permite expresar un valor transaccional entre las personas, el bien fungible por excelencia que viene a sustituir al trueque como mecanismo de comercio entre los hombres y las comunidades. Un concepto que pasa de una mercancía comúnmente aceptada a acuñarse en un metal precioso para dar concepto a la moneda, que sirve como referencia colectiva de intercambio de valor y que luego pasa a verse representado por billetes que representan esos metales de las monedas. Y así con el tiempo va evolucionando el concepto del dinero, la moneda, conformando a través del tiempo un sistema hegemónico de conducción de la actividad económica para luego irse perfeccionando con la creación de los bancos centrales que mediante la regulación van conformando la plataforma de los sistemas económicos y monetarios sustentados en este valor hasta recientemente. Posterior a la decisión de Estados Unidos en el 1971 de suspender la convertibilidad del dólar respecto al oro y asociarse el valor de la moneda a la capacidad de un país de cumplir sus obligaciones, el dinero va adquiriendo una naturaleza abstracta, pero con un referente fijo y sobre todo con el control de las autoridades monetarias que le emitían. Esa capacidad de asociar el concepto de dinero a una obligación futura es lo que luego va creando los instrumentos financieros que la banca va creando, generando así más activos financieros que constituyen, aún siendo producto de la innovación de la banca, pues constituyen aún así referentes de valor y conocidos como dinero como tal. Sin embargo, el desarrollo de la tecnología y los cambios y evoluciones de la misma del Internet, pues se acentúan con la llegada del mismo Internet, creando algo que a lo mínimo se puede caracterizar como una disrupción drástica del sistema y que otros definen como una revolución. Las tecnologías de información van empoderando a los usuarios del dinero. De repente y ya de manera directa, las personas hacen sus propias transferencias en línea. Con tecnologías como PayPal y WeChat, ya los individuos sin grandes estructuras tecnológicas y aún los no bancarizados también pueden recibir pagos electrónicos. Se crean sistemas de pago automatizados que alcanzan al más pequeño con una computadora que con ella pueda realizar transacciones que tan solo 5 años antes de esas invenciones eran impensables. Todo esto gracias al poder de la computación. Pero todo esto también con un elemento común. No existía un mecanismo que permitía hacer un pago por un canal de comunicación sin la mediación de un tercero confiable, sin la mediación de un banco, sin la supervisión de un banco central, sin la estructura del sistema monetario y económico como lo conocemos. Es de esta forma como a partir del 2006 comienzan a surgir las primeras monedas digitales que sí permiten esa transacción directa y en cierto sentido inicia la revolución. Como siempre lo ha sido, la tecnología hace galas de su naturaleza transversal y así como ha permeado todas las áreas de nuestras vidas, irrumpe en el sistema monetario capacitando a los individuos a crear valor y a realizar sus transferencias y transferir sus activos de forma como antes solo con la supervisión de los gobiernos podían hacerlo. Así es que surgen las primeras monedas digitales hasta en el 2009, cuando un enigmático personaje llamado Satoshi Nakamoto, que todavía no se sabe si es real, si existe, emite un simple documento de 9 páginas denominado Bitcoin, un sistema efectivo electrónico usuario-usuario que establece la tecnología de el blockchain, la cadena de bloques que le da trazabilidad y seguridad a estas transacciones. Este pequeño white paper pues realmente constituye una revolución y una disrupción a niveles sin precedentes. Y como toda disrupción genera un escepticismo de manera natural y nos encontramos en esa etapa de explorar ese escepticismo. ¿Qué debe permanecer y qué debe cambiar? ¿Qué se regula y qué ya ha pasado al plano de la autonomía del individuo? Este fenómeno resulta altamente divisivo. Algunos definen la criptomoneda y los activos digitales como una revolución económica que puede significar el punto de quiebre de todo el sistema económico y monetario mundial, mientras otros lo definen como un esquema de estafas piramidales. Mientras unos ven el nuevo orden mundial, otros ven un monstruo especulativo que cada vez crece más y se apodera de la economía convencional. Lo que no cabe duda es que los activos digitales, las criptomonedas, los tokens fungibles o los NFT son una realidad. Resulta importantísimo estudiarlo, observarlo y sobre todo conocerlo. Sería un grave error ignorarlos, ya sea con el fin de aprovecharlos, regularlos o hasta para combatirlos. Depende del prisma donde se mire. Y este es el objetivo de este tercer foro global Casa de Campo. Conocer y diseccionar con mira de microscopio una clara tendencia que va a cambiar nuestra forma de vida. Es cierto que el Internet ha hecho con la información lo mismo que las criptomonedas están haciendo con el dinero. ¿Nos acercamos a un futuro sin divisas donde el efectivo no existe? ¿Estamos experimentando el fin del dinero? Son estas preguntas que nos convocan el día de hoy. Bienvenidos a todos.
Damos la bienvenida al escenario al doctor Leonel Fernández, presidente de la Fundación Global Democracia y Desarrollo.
Well, buenos días. Good morning. Hope everyone slept well last night. Bueno, and now I shift into Spanish. Nos permitimos extender un cálido saludo de afectos y distinción al doctor Leonardo Matos, vicepresidente de Administración del Central Romana Corporation, a los honorables miembros del Senado de la República y de la Cámara de Diputados, a representantes de partidos políticos, a los honorables miembros del cuerpo diplomático y consular, a los distinguidos empresarios, al honorable señor alcalde de la ciudad de Miami, Florida, Francis Javier Suárez, quien está con nosotros de manera virtual, a la honorable directora de Mercados Financieros Internacionales del Departamento del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos, Julia Smearman, a mi amigo, my good friend, Jim Reynolds, who has come all the way from Chicago to be with us here today. Thank you, Jim. De igual manera, un saludo afectuoso a todos los expositores, panelistas y público en general que nos acompaña en esta nueva edición del Foro Global Casa de Campo para abordar el fascinante, pero también desafiante tema acerca del futuro del dinero. Señoras y señores, amigos todos, el dinero, como se sabe, no siempre ha existido como lo conocemos hoy. Es el resultado de una larga evolución en el tiempo. Se estima que entre 15.000 y 9.000 años antes de Cristo se empleaban granos de trigo y de cebada, piedras y ganado como trueque o medio de intercambio de mercancías. Hubo de transcurrir cerca de 12.000 años después del trueque para que en la Mesopotamia, 2500 años antes de Cristo, se emplearan metales preciosos como el oro, la plata, el bronce y el cobre para comprar, vender e intercambiar bienes y servicios. Luego del uso de los metales preciosos como medio de canje, transcurrieron a su vez cerca de 2000 años más para que se produjera el nacimiento de las monedas. En efecto, fue alrededor del año 600 a.C. que se acuñaron las primeras monedas en lugares tan distintos como Turquía, China y la India. Para que el papel moneda apareciera y fuera aceptado, la humanidad tuvo que hacer otra larga espera, hasta el siglo VII de la era cristiana, esto es, más de 1300 años, cuando en China surgió esa nueva forma de intermediación financiera. Su uso oficial, el uso oficial del papel moneda, sin embargo, tuvo que esperar 400 años más. La razón, porque los usuarios no podían comprender cómo un simple pedazo de papel podía tener el mismo valor que un lingote de oro. En España, no fue sino hacia fines del siglo XVIII, es decir, casi 300 años después del descubrimiento y la conquista de América, durante el reinado de Carlos III, que logró popularizarse el uso del papel moneda en el territorio de la península ibérica. Parece increíble, pero así fue. Tomó miles de años para que la humanidad se adaptase al uso del dinero como medio para la realización de transacciones. Luego surgieron otras modalidades de dinero, como el cheque, la nota promisoria, el pagaré, las acciones, los bonos y más recientemente la tarjeta de crédito y el pago electrónico. Ahora, lo que está en debate es si nos aproximamos al fin del dinero, tal como lo conocemos. Ya en países como Suecia y China, el uso del efecto físico está en declive. Cada vez se utiliza el iPhone con más frecuencia para hacer pagos electrónicos y el uso del dinero convencional se ha ido convirtiendo en algo anticuado o anacrónico. Así pues, todo parece indicar que nos encontramos en los albores de una revolución financiera en la que la naturaleza del dinero tiende a transformarse. De hecho, desde el 2009, como lo señaló nuestro director, Marco Herrera, en el contexto de la crisis financiera global, surgió una nueva modalidad de activos financieros cuyo uso se ha ido extendiendo a nivel internacional. Se trata de las criptomonedas o monedas digitales, de las cuales se estima hoy día hay miles, entre las cuales se destacan Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin y Tether. En la creación de Bitcoin se encuentra Satoshi Nakamoto, una figura misteriosa que solo se comunica a través del correo electrónico y cuya identidad nunca ha podido ser revelada o verificada. Nadie jamás lo ha visto, tampoco existen fotos, y algunos consideran que ni siquiera se trata de una persona real, sino de un seudónimo del creador o creadores del Bitcoin que han deseado permanecer bajo anonimato. En el 2008 publicó un informe titulado Bitcoin, un sistema de pago electrónico de una persona a otra, es decir, Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Por eso se sabe que diseñó el protocolo de Bitcoin y su software de referencia. 2 años después, en el 2010, envió su último mensaje de correo a otro desarrollador de cripto indicando que se movía hacia otros ámbitos. Lo dijo así: I have moved on to other things. Nunca más se ha vuelto a saber de él. Las criptomonedas han pasado de ser una curiosidad y un enigma para transformarse en la actualidad en una reconocida fuerza en los ámbitos de las finanzas, el comercio y la tecnología. Todos podemos identificar lo que es un dólar norteamericano o un peso dominicano. Y sabemos lo que es un chele o un centavo. Lo que no nos resulta claro es cómo se ve una criptomoneda. Una criptomoneda es un código de fuente abierto de computadora generado por un software que permite a los usuarios almacenar y enviar valores en línea. Se ejecuta a través de una extensa red de computadoras privadas en todo el mundo. El código verifica y agrupa las transacciones en un registro conocido como blockchain. Es un archivo grande que contiene todas las transacciones que se han realizado. El valor de las criptomonedas generalmente se determina en relación con el dólar norteamericano. Ese valor puede variar enormemente. Ha estado tan bajo como la décima de un centavo de dólar por Bitcoin cuando inició y tan alto como $60,000 en su momento pico. A pesar de la volatilidad, una variedad de sectores participa diariamente en ese tipo de mercado digital, desde importantes instituciones financieras como bancos comerciales y de inversiones, gerentes de activos, bolsas de valores, hedge funds, hasta plataformas electrónicas de intercambios y especuladores individuales. La industria de las criptomonedas está en auge, creando y destruyendo al mismo tiempo grandes cantidades de riquezas. Millares de proyectos se diseñan y ejecutan cada día. Ha elaborado su propio lenguaje, su propia semántica, su propia terminología, lo que puede resultar confuso e incomprensible para los que no participan en la dinámica de sus operaciones. Por consiguiente, surgen preguntas inevitables. ¿Qué es un ecosistema criptográfico? ¿Qué es una cadena de bloques o blockchain? ¿Qué es un activo digital? ¿Qué es una moneda estable o stablecoin? ¿Qué es Coinbase? ¿Qué son protocolos comerciales DeFi? ¿Qué son las aplicaciones Web3? Las criptomonedas tienen capacidad para crear disrupción en el sistema financiero global. Se calculan como inversiones y se utilizan para adquirir de todo en el mercado, desde alimentos y muebles, servicios y envío de remesas. Se transfieren de forma rápida y anónima, incluso más allá de las fronteras nacionales, sin que un banco pueda intervenir para bloquear la transacción o cobrar un cargo. En la actualidad, el mercado de las criptomonedas está valorado en alrededor de 1.75 trillones de dólares, lo que significa que si fuese un país, sería, después de Brasil, la economía más importante de América Latina. En los Estados Unidos, el 20% de sus ciudadanos y el 36% de las nuevas generaciones, es decir, de los millennials, poseen criptomonedas. Sin embargo, se trata de un fenómeno que genera grandes controversias. Por un lado, se encuentran los criptooptimistas y por el otro, los criptoescépticos. Los primeros, es decir, los criptooptimistas, son aquellos que asumen el debate desde un punto de vista ideológico y político, y por el otro, los criptoescépticos. Los primeros están persuadidos de la idea de que se puede acumular grandes riquezas en un tiempo relativamente breve. Observan cómo real y efectivamente han surgido criptomillonarios y hasta criptobillonarios. Por lo tanto, hay una sensación de que es una nueva forma de ganar dinero solo aprendiendo a jugar conforme a las nuevas tecnologías y a las reglas del mercado. Además, los criptooptimistas asumen el debate desde un punto de vista ideológico y político. Pertenecen al movimiento libertario, libertarians, los cuales consideran como un acto supremo de libertad el disponer de un sistema monetario descentralizado y privado, independiente de los gobiernos, especialmente de los bancos centrales, y de los intermediarios financieros. Por otro lado, como hemos dicho, se encuentran los criptoescépticos, que son aquellos que se caracterizan por su falta de fe y de confianza en el mercado de las monedas virtuales. Estiman que las criptomonedas se prestan para la realización de actividades ilícitas, como el lavado de activos, el hackeo de las cuentas y el ransomware, mediante los cuales apagan las redes informáticas para luego exigir un pago, generalmente en criptomonedas. Además, la compra de bienes y servicios prohibidos, el fomento al terrorismo y la construcción de esquemas tipo Ponzi. En fin, que las criptomonedas constituyen un engaño o una estafa, por lo que están condenadas al fracaso. Los críticos también han considerado que la minería de criptomonedas causa daños al medio ambiente, y esto así debido a que la red es altamente intensiva en energía, hasta el punto de consumir más electricidad que muchos países. En febrero del 2021, Elon Musk, el hombre más rico del planeta, manifestó que el Bitcoin tendría una amplia aceptación en las finanzas. De manera textual dijo: "Creo que Bitcoin es algo bueno y soy partidario del Bitcoin". En adición, Elon Musk añadió un hashtag Bitcoin a su biografía de Twitter, con lo cual ayudó a incrementar el precio de la moneda digital en cerca de un 20%. Ha tuiteado sobre la criptomoneda Dogecoin, basada en memes, y en el 2019 indicó que era su criptomoneda favorita. Tesla, su gran empresa de fabricación de vehículos eléctricos, invirtió $1.500 millones de Bitcoin y comenzó a aceptar la criptomoneda como forma de pago. No obstante, hace pocos días, el pasado 21 de julio, Tesla procedió a revertir su anterior operación. Ahora ha retirado del mercado el 75% de sus inversiones en Bitcoin, que llegaron a ser en total de $2.000 millones. Todo eso revela que el hombre más rico del planeta ha pasado de ser criptooptimista a ser criptoescéptico, con lo cual le añade mayor confusión e incertidumbre a la comprensión general del público acerca de la eficacia en el funcionamiento y real capacidad de generación de riquezas de los mercados de criptomonedas. Ese retiro abrupto del mercado por parte de Tesla y de Elon Musk tiene lugar en un momento en que la criptomoneda se ha desplomado, cayendo a cerca de un 50% de su valor de mercado. Al referirse sobre el tema, Bill Gates, el magnate tecnológico fundador de Microsoft, manifestó que no era un fanático de las criptomonedas y de que el funcionamiento de ese mercado de monedas virtuales se fundamenta 100% en una gran teoría de tontos. En concreto, lo expresó de esa manera: Bitcoin is 100% based on greater fool theory. Sostuvo la idea de que activos sobrevaluados subirán de precio cuando haya suficientes inversionistas dispuestos a pagar más por los mismos. Sin embargo, a decir verdad, sobre ese ecosistema de las criptomonedas, el universo de Wall Street se encuentra dividido. Por un lado, Jamie Dimon, presidente y CEO de JP Morgan Chase, el más importante banco de inversiones del mundo, había afirmado en el 2017 que el Bitcoin constituye un fraude. Más adelante sostuvo que el único valor del Bitcoin es el que cada quien está dispuesto a pagar por él. A eso añadió, cito: "Si usted es suficientemente estúpido como para comprarlo, algún día pagará el precio. Es peor que los bulbos de tulipanes y no terminará bien", dijo, refiriéndose a la clásica burbuja de activos del siglo XVIII. Goldman Sachs, el otro gigante financiero, ha tenido una actitud distinta frente a la moneda digital, ya que está explorando una nueva plataforma de negociación que se centrará en Bitcoin y Ethereum. Será dirigida por su presidente ejecutivo, Lloyd Blankfein. Realizó recientemente la primera operación de préstamo de dinero fiat en la banca norteamericana, garantizada por el deudor con moneda virtual de Bitcoin. De igual manera, hizo su primera operación desregulada over the counter de venta de contrato a futuro de opciones con la empresa Digital Galaxy. Se trata de una acción orientada al desarrollo de las criptomonedas para inversionistas institucionales, es decir, bancos de inversiones, fondos de pensiones y fondos soberanos de riqueza, sovereign wealth funds, con lo cual Goldman Sachs está tomando mayores riesgos al participar como actor principal en las transacciones. En igual dirección que Goldman Sachs se dirige Morgan Stanley, otro de los grandes de las finanzas internacionales, ya que su CEO, James Morgan, dijo que vio a Bitcoin como ciertamente algo más que una simple moda. Entre los países también hay actitudes divergentes respecto a auspiciar o frustrar el establecimiento de las criptomonedas. El Salvador adoptó el Bitcoin como moneda de curso legal, legal tender, en julio del 2021. Su presidente, Nayib Bukele, anunció el desarrollo de una ciudad Bitcoin en la base de un volcán en el Golfo de Fonseca, una idea considerada por algunos tan peligrosa como interesante. De conformidad con un reciente reportaje del New York Times, casi un año después de que el presidente Bukele, comillas, de que el presidente Bukele conmocionara al mundo financiero al convertir su moneda digital más popular en una moneda nacional, su apuesta parece estar fracasando, destacando la brecha entre las promesas utópicas de los defensores de las criptomonedas y las realidades económicas. Más adelante, el diario neoyorquino afirma: las tenencias de Bitcoin del gobierno han perdido alrededor del 60% de su valor supuesto durante la reciente caída del mercado. El uso de Bitcoin entre los salvadoreños se ha derrumbado y el país se está quedando sin efectivo después de que el presidente Bukele no logró recaudar fondos frescos de los inversores en criptomonedas. Termina la cita. El caso de la República Popular China llama la atención. En principio, la segunda economía del mundo se había constituido en un país líder en la minería de criptomonedas. Luego, prohibió a sus instituciones financieras realizar cualquier tipo de transacción con criptomonedas. Posteriormente, prohibió toda la minoría cripto a nivel nacional para finalmente declarar ilegal el mercado de las criptomonedas en todo el territorio de China. Además de China, 8 países más han prohibido el uso de las criptomonedas, entre ellos Egipto, Irak, Qatar, Omán, Marruecos, Túnez y Bangladesh. Otros 42, que incluye Argelia y en el ámbito regional nuestro, Bahamas y Bolivia, implícitamente han prohibido las monedas digitales al establecer restricciones a los bancos para sus transacciones. Como reacción a la independencia, privatización y descentralización de los mercados criptos, así como debido a los riesgos que representan al sistema financiero tradicional, han surgido, por un lado, tendencias hacia su regulación y, por el otro, hacia la creación de monedas digitales nacionales por parte de los bancos centrales. Con respecto a las regulaciones, son diversas las que se llevan a cabo a nivel internacional en estos momentos. Todo parece indicar que será un proceso largo en el cual habrá de crearse una especie de gobernanza global de las criptomonedas. Ante el desafío que representa para los estados la creación de sistemas monetarios descentralizados e independientes, una oleada orientada hacia la creación de monedas digitales de bancos centrales o CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currencies, ha estado en auge. De esa manera, por ejemplo, se habla de un yuan digital por parte de China y se discute en el Departamento del Tesoro, en el Congreso y en la Reserva Federal de los Estados Unidos, a través del proyecto Hamilton, la posibilidad de la creación de un dólar digital. El anuncio hecho por Facebook en el 2019 de que lanzaría su propia moneda digital, Libra, la cual podría alcanzar a sus 2.000 millones de usuarios, provocó una reacción por parte de autoridades norteamericanas al considerar que podría debilitar el papel del dólar estadounidense como moneda de reserva internacional y, por consiguiente, de referencia para todas las transacciones internacionales. Se discute también la posibilidad de la creación de un euro digital como moneda de los 27 países integrantes de la Unión Europea. Y tal vez, en algún momento, ¿por qué no?, se puede iniciar un diálogo sobre el peso digital de la República Dominicana. Independientemente de las voces en conflicto que se han levantado en torno a la pertenencia, eficacia y transparencia de los criptomercados, lo cierto es que Bitcoin cautivó la imaginación colectiva con el surgimiento de nuevas modalidades de creación del dinero. A pesar de lo impredecible de su futuro, ya, sin embargo, ha dejado un importante legado: la tecnología de blockchain, que junto a las fintech están contribuyendo a impulsar la actual revolución financiera global. El dinero está inmerso en una evolución constante. Nos dirigimos hacia el futuro del dinero, al igual que a profundas transformaciones en el marco de la arquitectura financiera internacional. Durante el día de hoy, en 3 distintos paneles, estaremos reflexionando acerca del actual proceso de disrupción del sector financiero, de la próxima generación de la banca y de la potencial creación de activos digitales en República Dominicana. Esperamos que sea un evento que sirva de referencia para continuar una reflexión sobre un tema que impacta a los individuos, las empresas, los bancos y demás entidades financieras, a los gobiernos y a la sociedad en su conjunto. I express my gratitude to all the participants who have kindly accepted our invitation to participate in this global forum at Casa de Campo. I congratulate all of you in advance in what I know will be outstanding presentations. And I hope our discussion today contributes to a better understanding of the impact that the current transformations taking place in finance, banking, and money are having on people's daily lives on a global scale. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias para todos.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Julia Smearman, Director of International Financial Markets of the United States Department of Treasury. Damos la bienvenida a la señora Julia Smearman, Directora de Mercados Financieros Internacionales del Departamento del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos. Ms. Smearman.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. Does this sound okay? Yeah, okay. I'm pleased to be able to represent the U.S. Department of Treasury. Events like this one today are important forums to bring together the public and the private sector to discuss important policy issues. The future of money is one of those pressing issues. Growth in the use of digital assets has been dramatic in recent years. And while today digital assets are primarily used for cryptocurrency trading purposes, they have the potential to bring substantial benefits for consumers and businesses. If well-designed and well-regulated, these innovations can contribute to important payment systems improvements, such as efficiency, resilience, and inclusion. This could be particularly true for cross-border payments, such as remittances, where costs remain too high and delivery is still too slow. Decentralized finance applications could potentially automate payments, lending, and trading activities using smart contracts, creating efficiencies while also reducing settlement risks. And many countries, as was mentioned earlier, are actively exploring the potential issuance of a central bank digital currency, or a CBDC. And in the case of the Caribbean, there have been pilots and launches of CBDCs as a means to achieve public policy objectives. For example, Caribbean governments have been tailoring their CBDC design to expand inclusion by reducing transaction costs, as well as exploring options for improved fiscal transfers. CBDCs could also be tools to strengthen resilience in crises, especially natural disasters, by creating mechanisms to quickly disperse fiscal assistance, expand access to payments in areas impacted, and by developing offline functionalities in the event that internet connectivity is disrupted. At the same time, however, digital assets pose new risks if appropriate protections and regulations are not in place. These include, but are not limited to, risks to consumers, investors, and businesses, financial stability and financial market integrity, combating and preventing crime and illicit finance, national security, and climate change and pollution. The United States has a strong interest in supporting responsible innovation while taking steps to reduce these risks. And in March of this year, the Biden-Harris administration signed an executive order on ensuring responsible development of digital assets. The executive order called for a coordinated and comprehensive U.S. government approach to digital assets in order to achieve our objectives. Under the executive order, Treasury, along with our colleagues at the White House and other agencies, will be publishing foundational reports and recommendations related to our objectives for digital assets. I will touch on just a couple components of this work today that might be most of interest to the audience. First, I'd like to highlight that the Biden administration has put the highest urgency on research and development efforts into a potential U.S. central bank digital currency. The Treasury is currently conducting analysis on the potential implications of a U.S. CBDC for issues including economic growth, stability, financial inclusion, national security, and human rights, and will be publishing a report in the coming months. Second, the U.S. is seeking to ensure that digital assets do not pose undue risks to consumers, investors, and businesses, as well as with respect to financial stability, national security, and the integrity of the financial system. Treasury is leading on 3 reports to this end. A report that will consider the implications of digital assets and changes in financial markets for U.S. consumers, investors, and businesses. This report will put forth recommendations to protect these groups and support expanding safe and affordable financial services. The U.S. Financial Stability Oversight Council is evaluating the potential financial stability risks posed by digital assets and is assessing whether the appropriate safeguards are in place. Treasury and our colleagues across the administration are also developing an action plan for mitigating digital asset-related illicit finance and national security risks. Finally, I will speak to the importance of our international work on this topic, for which the Biden administration has sought to elevate. Technology-driven financial innovation is frequently cross-border and can impact households, businesses, and governments across the world. International cooperation among public authorities, governments, and the private sector and other stakeholders is therefore critical to maintaining high regulatory standards and a level playing field, in expanding safe and affordable financial services, as well as reducing the costs of domestic and cross-border payments. As part of this effort, last month, Treasury and our interagency partners delivered a framework for international engagement on digital assets to the President. This framework builds off of our already active engagement on this topic. At the G7, the United States is working with its partners on a broad suite of issues related to digital payments, including considerations related to central bank digital currencies and implications of new technologies for the international monetary system. For example, in 2021, the G7 published a set of public policy principles for retail CBDCs designed to support and inform jurisdictions as they undertake these policy deliberations. At the G20, the United States is engaging with other major economies to advance work under the Cross-Border Payments Roadmap, which was endorsed by the G20 2 years ago. The roadmap sets out an ambitious work plan to meet our policy priority of developing faster, cheaper, and more transparent international payment systems, including by leveraging new technologies. The Financial Stability Board has been prioritizing work on digital assets since 2019, and it's a forum where the United States is continuing to pursue work to monitor, identify, and foster a shared understanding of global financial stability risks posed by digital assets, consider policy responses to address those risks, and to facilitate international cooperation. A key focus of this work has been addressing the financial stability risks posed by global stablecoins and considering options for cross-border cooperation. In 2020, the FSB published 10 high-level recommendations for the regulation, supervision, and oversight of global stablecoin arrangements. And this year, the group is reviewing those recommendations in light of the substantial market developments since 2020. At the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, the United States is continuing to encourage and support countries in implementing the FATF standards for virtual assets and virtual asset service providers through our leadership of the Virtual Asset Contact Group. The group is also monitoring and raising awareness about money laundering and terrorist financing risks associated with virtual assets. The International Monetary Fund and multilateral development banks also have important roles to play in monitoring and advising on and helping to manage issues arising from the use of digital assets. The United States is supporting the IMF in expanding its analytical work and surveillance to include digital assets. And the multilateral development banks, the United States is helping advance to promote greater and more efficient access to financial services. Last but not least, the United States is identifying where existing regional and bilateral engagements can be strengthened and also ramping up engagements with new partners to achieve our objectives with respect to digital assets. These bilateral engagements are opportunities for information sharing in order to learn from the experience and observe the real-world implications of wider adoption of digital assets, including stablecoins and the introduction of central bank digital currencies. We are also seeking to drive the adoption and implementation of high regulatory standards and policies, including those in line with international anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism standards. In addition, we're looking to support countries by providing technical assistance where appropriate. Finally, the United States is considering opportunities for joint experimentation on new technologies with our partners to increase our shared learning about ways to develop systems that meet our policy objectives. Today, many emerging markets are on the forefront of experimentation with CBDCs and are experiencing some of the highest level of retail adoption of digital assets, including stablecoins. The United States hopes to learn from and support our emerging market partners, and I hope that today is a step in that direction. Thank you for having me, and I very much look forward to hearing and learning from the other speakers and panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smearman. Please let us now welcome to the stage Mr. Jim Reynolds. El señor Reynolds es fundador, presidente y director ejecutivo de Loop Capital, uno de los bancos de inversión privados más grandes de los Estados Unidos. Con más de 30 años de experiencia en la industria de servicios financieros, el señor Reynolds ha ocupado cargos de alto nivel en varias firmas globales de Wall Street antes de formar su propio banco de inversión. Es también un apasionado de defender y retribuir a la comunidad, siendo parte de las juntas directivas del Chicago Community Trust, del Cornell Program in Infrastructure Policy, Intersect Illinois, de Power Construction y Chicago Urban League. También es miembro de la Asociación de la Industria de Valores y Mercados Financieros y es miembro del CFA Institute. También invitamos al doctor Leonel Fernández, que le acompañará en el escenario.
That sounded like a very warm introduction. I didn't understand one word of it, but it sounded very warm and very nice. It's a pleasure to be here today. Clearly, no puedo hablar español. Maybe un poco. President Fernandez, this is an amazing topic to talk about right now. You always seem to have your fingers on the pulse of what needs to be addressed in a country at any given time. And the issues surrounding digital currencies is one of the most pressing issues in the United States right now. As Julia so eloquently articulated, there's a lot of questions in the U.S. around digital currencies. A lot of that is driven by what has occurred with digital currencies. As Marco pointed out earlier, and President Fernandez pointed out, it was really intended to be sort of a decentralized sort of financing vehicle surrounding transactions having to do with the blockchain. And decentralizing transactions, making it smoother to process, not having to go through the banking system, and those sorts of things seem to be very attractive. Not having any regulations necessarily around them, and not necessarily having any controls on what a digital currency was, who could create a digital currency, how to value a digital currency, and what it could be used for. What I want to talk about today is really some of the things that hastened the growth of digital currencies, the valuation of digital currencies, the plethora of different digital currencies that seem to come up one every single day, and how a country should think about their strategy around digital currencies to protect its citizens. When we think about what has occurred in the U.S., particularly over this year, the last year, the loss of money by investors, many of which were least equipped to invest in digital currencies, is staggering, into the trillions of dollars. What was once a $3 to $4 trillion market cap asset class is now maybe $1 to $2 trillion. $2 to $3 trillion has just basically disappeared. If you only watch the value of Bitcoin, which is not the only one to watch, that's the best one, you saw it go from $900 or $700 or $100 to $68,000 and back to now $21,000, $22,000 without a lot of people understanding why. Without a lot of people understanding why they owned Bitcoin, except for the fact that it was going up, and I need to buy some of these. But not necessarily having a sense, like a dollar backed in gold, like a peso, that's really the currency of a country, why it ever went up and how to value it. And when investors make investment decisions like that, you're going to lose. When you look at the carnage around the losses in cryptocurrencies, President Fernandez had up JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon's hard comments. He's probably one of the harshest critics, and Bill Gates. Now, these also are two of the smartest investment professionals in the United States that say they stay away from this investment. And so when you think about it, the cryptocurrencies were never meant to be investments for speculation. They were meant to be different forms of payment that stayed away from a banking system, that made cross-border transactions easier to do with these currencies. But a few things got lost along the way, particularly in the United States, but everywhere. President Fernandez talked about Ecuador and the fatal decision that they made to invest in Bitcoin. I don't know, at $50,000 or $60,000, and now it's 20 or 21. And what that does to the population there, and its resources. But I want to talk just a little bit about what happened in the United States and what's likely to happen going forward, really echoing Julia's comments. When we looked over the last 2 years in the United States, when the pandemic began to set in, let's call that March of 2020, and the Federal Reserve in the US, not just the US, but all over the world, panicked and began to flood all systems with money. Until, for many people, it was more profitable to stay home than to go to work. And that happened in the United States. And they're still trying to get people to go to work in the United States. And it's difficult. But what also happened with that flooding of money was the inflating of assets. When you keep interest rates at zero for years, basically zero, and you flood the market with excess capital, stocks go up, commodities go up, homes go up, cars go up, food prices, everything goes up, including speculative assets, like all the currencies that are defined as crypto. As these currencies began to drift up, regular people, middle-class people, lower-class people, some rich people, but not too many, and not the smartest financial institutions in the United States, they have not lost money in crypto. Even though Goldman Sachs is creating a method of trading crypto, they won't own it. They'll let you trade it, but they won't own it. Big difference. So as prices began to go up without a rational explanation, particularly crypto, we understand why homes went up. We understand why food went up. We understand why the prices of cars went up. And we understand inflation. But we don't understand why crypto went up. And as the economy and speculation got to such an extent, the Federal Reserve in the United States reversed course. And they're doing it all over the world. So all of a sudden, the easy money that came in is coming out. Interest rates that were at 0 are going up. We just raised our interest rates in the United States by 75 more basis points from 0 to 250, on its way to 350 for a Fed funds rate. You have been doing the same thing here in the Dominican. Inflation, our last inflation numbers were a little over 9%. I was here last night speaking with some individuals that yours are printing in double digits, 10% or higher. And so now the Federal Reserve is putting the brakes on the economy, and everything is adjusting downward. Stocks have had the worst 6 months in their history. And so when bonds and crypto, what the U.S. did with crypto is something that they haven't done with any security, and I'm glad to hear Julia say they're taking action. They left the crypto market largely unregulated. So Bill Gates could start a Libra currency, or Mark Zuckerberg, a Libra, just start one. You don't have to prove its value. You don't have to have it tied to something of value. You just have to have somebody that's willing to transact in it. As President Fernandez said, Elon Musk, a big Bitcoin believer, until it went from 60,000 to 20. And now he's pulling back from that because his job is to sell cars, not to invest in currencies, speculate in currencies. What will the future of crypto look like, and what do I believe it's going to go? I think crypto is going to stay. But I also think, as was pointed out by Julia, there's going to be centralized regulation of this currency. We're going to see, instead of hundreds of digital currencies out here really looking for someone to buy them, there'll be a few that countries recognize and have a methodology around valuation of them. There'll be less speculation and more like you treat your currency here, your peso, $1, €1. You use it to buy something, not to speculate that I'll make a home run here, or I'll buy this and I'll be able to pay for my kids' college. That's not what a currency is supposed to be used for. We'll put them on an exchange, which is where currencies need to transact. If individuals like yourself want to buy some of these, there should be some regulation around an exchange. Digital banking, Celsius, Voyager. Celsius had $25 billion of assets, crypto assets. Individuals, they promised 18%, 19%, 20% yields. Bankrupt, nothing. In the United States, it's unheard of to have a bank that's unregulated, that's taking deposits from individuals, but they allowed it because it was crypto. Suitability requirements. Should everyone be allowed to buy crypto and speculate in crypto? Because everybody with a brokerage firm in the U.S. with other assets cannot just buy those assets. It's the responsibility of that brokerage firm to make sure you're suitable to invest in those assets. You'll see suitability requirements. You'll see a split up, just as in the banking system, between the institutions that allow you to do transactions and the institutions that actually hold your money. In crypto, it was the same. The institution that allowed you to trade them also kept your assets. And that's a conflict. And so it was ripe for hackers, ripe for abuse, and ripe for when bad things happen, you can't recover your assets. Now, after all that good news about crypto, what do I think President Fernandez should do when he's president again in the Dominican? All right? President Fernandez, You should definitely not allow the central bank to speculate in crypto. That's not the job of a central bank. But you should allow the growth of a well-regulated, orderly cryptocurrency market. Most of it done on an exchange with requirements from the regulators and with regulation about who it is that invests in these currencies. The middle class, people of just trying to make it, poor people should not be investing, quote unquote, or speculating in crypto. College education, your homes, your food, your basic savings, but not crypto. You should have them tied to some sort of value, whether it's gold, whether it's silver, whether it's some other commodity, we don't know. And there should not be several hundred cryptocurrencies floating around the Dominican Republic to just confuse the population. There is a great place and a great need for cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency, as it continues to evolve, just like now, the United States is catching up to regulation of this. And once they do, and other countries around the globe are, it's going to be an amazing medium of exchange, which is what it was meant to do. But it's not that right now. It's too volatile. I woke up this morning and just read the newspaper. Another cryptocurrency exchange was hacked last night for $200 million gone. Just gone. And those are things that we all have to be mindful of as we think about the future of this amazing, amazing, amazing advancement and what it can do for countries. We also must be very mindful of the regulatory aspects that should be around it to protect it and people. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. We are now going to receive 3 questions from the audience. Vamos a recibir 3 preguntas del público, las cuales se harán de forma sucesiva para que nuestro expositor pueda responderlas.
You want to translate for me, Jarima? Or should I do this? Okay, okay, I'm ready.
Abrimos el piso para aquellos interesados en preguntas. Tres preguntas, por favor.
Good morning. I can do it in English, so I understand. My name is Jose Dorvil. I'm a blockchain expert. It's good that we talk about the CBDC cryptocurrencies, more centralized, but we are forgetting about the blockchain. Blockchain base was more about as a store of value, also as an information, as a ledger for transfer all the information around the centralized, let's say, database, okay? There's a way when it was created that to have trust. So usually CBDC cryptocurrencies, as a centralized, as you have mentioned, they have an option even to freeze your, let's say, cryptocurrencies in this case. But when you are in a decentralized, let's say, network, okay, everyone can take their money or even they can transfer wherever they want. So in the central way, what is the possibility, or let's say, the trust that we have as a CBDC, as you mentioned, for all the people that use your network? Because as remember, the main base of the blockchain or created or Bitcoin was the trust. We can trust that this, let's say, cryptocurrencies, okay, it's on my wallet, digital wallet, okay, I can transfer it wherever I want. But CDBCs can be, there's an auction that you can freeze my, let's say, cryptocurrencies. So what is the trust that we can have as people that uses your centralized, or let's say blockchain in this case, to able to, to buy goods around the world, compared to what we already have between 13 years already. Bitcoin has 13 years already, not being hacked, but as you know, it's a trust, let's say system, okay? So we want to know what can you trust as use of CBDC, central banks, let's say cryptocurrencies?
One, had cryptocurrencies stayed true to its initial creation, which was to assist transactions around the blockchain, I think we would have not the occurrence that we have right now. I think what happens is folks conflate or confuse cryptocurrencies and blockchain, a method of recording and documenting transactions. One of the key things, I think, to getting back to the reality and the questions that you ask is eliminating all of the confusing numbers of cryptocurrencies that there are. We just don't need that many to facilitate transactions on the blockchain. It doesn't make any sense. Two, just because it's a digital currency in and around the blockchain to facilitate transactions, that does not mean, President Fernandez, that it should be outside of the regulatory framework. I think that's a mistake that was made in the United States and globally, that the regulatory authorities decided to just leave it, either because they didn't understand it or because they didn't expect it to grow as much, or maybe because they didn't expect it to hurt as many people as it has. Most of the losses in cryptocurrencies have been borne by regular people, not financial institutions, not like we know them, banks and central banks and what Ecuador did, paid a price. And so I agree, there will be a vibrant crypto community that's regulated, and with an Ether, with a Bitcoin, with a few of those major currencies, and then any other cryptocurrency that is created needs to go through a regulatory process before it should be accepted as legal tender. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to speak with you this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. Vamos a continuar inmediatamente con el primer panel para ver si podemos recuperar algo de tiempo. Para ello vamos a invitar al escenario al señor Eddie Martínez, presidente del Parque Cibernético de Santo Domingo. También vamos a dar la bienvenida de forma virtual al señor Scott Nations, presidente de Nations Indexes, y de Brian Propelka, el CEO del Banking Innovation Through Technology. También vamos a dar la bienvenida a las personas que están aquí de forma presencial: Alexander Rigot, CEO y cofundador de Este, Bill Spata, CEO de DevDMO, y Víctor Buzón, VP de Marketing de Taurus S.A. Bienvenidos a todos.
Muy buenos días a todos. Está claro que el mundo en que vivimos es cada vez más digital. Y así saludamos con eso a todos los miembros de este auditorio, nuestros panelistas. Pero no hay dudas de que esa tendencia hacia lo digital se ha venido acentuando, sobre todo con la pandemia. Y uno supondría que es un mundo cada vez más inteligente, lo cual no significa que sea un mundo sin grandes desafíos, sin problemas o sin conflictos. Diría que lo contrario a veces. Ahora, sí resulta obvio que los avances tecnológicos están impulsando una verdadera revolución como lo ha explicado el presidente, como lo explicó Marco, Jim, que impacta casi todos los sectores económicos, algunos con profundas implicaciones que requieren de mucha atención por parte de los empresarios, de los políticos, de los académicos. Y el sector financiero no escapa a esa realidad. De hecho, por su tamaño y por su incidencia, enorme incidencia en las economías modernas, yo diría que se encuentra al frente en el proceso de transformación, de cambio o de disrupción que estamos siendo testigos. Ahora bien, históricamente, los procesos de rápido cambio, producidos por invenciones, innovaciones, han implicado también desplazamientos, incluyendo la desaparición de empresas o de industrias líderes en su momento, pero también surgimiento de nuevas creaciones, cambios en el mercado laboral, en las destrezas, los skills requeridos y desde luego en las políticas públicas y en el marco legal en los diferentes países. Y solamente tenemos que pensar en algunos casos como el del automóvil, lo que ocurrió con la carreta y todos los coches de caballo, el tractor en la agricultura, las vacunas en la medicina, la energía renovable, la energía nuclear, las tarjetas de crédito, para solo mencionar algunas de esas cosas que tomamos por dado, tomamos por sentado, pero que en su momento gestaron profundos cambios en todas partes donde se han impuesto. Como todo proceso, el movimiento disruptivo que se viene gestando en el sector financiero no está exento de contradicciones, a veces posiciones encontradas, y ya lo hemos visto en el día de hoy. Y como veremos en el transcurso del foro, de los paneles, sujeto a una gran diversidad de perspectivas, algunas moderadas y otras que le llamamos outliers. El panel que me toca moderar cuenta con expositores de primera línea, todos con una vasta experiencia en el tema que trataremos, la disrupción del dinero, disrupción en el sector financiero en su sentido más amplio. Ustedes tendrán la oportunidad de escuchar las opiniones sobre temas tan importantes como el rol de la tecnología de blockchain, acabamos de hablar de eso, el papel de las criptomonedas, el impacto de Web3, los niveles de incertidumbre, seguridad e inseguridad, así como la relación de ese mundo emergente con la economía real. También la visión sobre las monedas digitales de los bancos centrales, CBDC, la posición de los bancos comerciales e instituciones formales, así como el marco regulatorio que se está conformando en diversas jurisdicciones. A cada uno de los panelistas le hemos pedido que nos ofrezcan sus opiniones honestas, abiertas, acerca de cómo ven tanto los aspectos positivos como los riesgos y dificultades, y que nos expongan su visión sobre la posición de las instituciones bancarias, las autoridades, pero también, como hemos visto acá, también tenemos presente algunos emprendedores del mundo DeFi, del mundo FinTech, a modo que podamos formarnos una mejor idea de qué realmente está pasando en la actualidad, qué es lo que se avecina en el futuro cercano, qué se nos viene arriba o no, y cuáles son las oportunidades. Pero también, como decíamos, los retos y desafíos que se nos presentan. Al final del panel tendremos unos minutos también para que ustedes puedan hacer algunos comentarios o algunas preguntas sobre el mismo. Así que yo le pido que recibamos con un fuerte aplauso a nuestro panelista. Tenemos virtualmente a Scott Nations, presidente de Nation Indexes, reconocido como uno de los principales desarrolladores independientes y líder mundial en indicadores de opciones. Es autor del libro Historia de los Estados Unidos en 5 crisis. Tenemos acá a Alexander Rigaud. Alex, CEO y fundador de Este, experto en codificación de blockchain, emprendedor, innovador y profesor universitario en la Universidad de Sorbonne en París. Habla fluidamente 5 idiomas. Bill Spada. Bill, CEO de Dev Team 6, es un orador también muy reconocido, un líder innovador cuya misión es desarrollar tecnologías avanzadas que simplifique la experiencia del usuario en criptomonedas. Brian Popelka, lo tenemos también a Brian a través de la presencia virtual. Es CEO de BIT, Banking Innovation Through Technology. Es una empresa que brinda soluciones de moneda digital, bancos centrales, en distintos ecosistemas alrededor del mundo. Brian, a propósito, tiene experiencia en nuestra región, habiendo asesorado al Banco Central del Caribe Oriental para lograr emitir y operar el primer instrumento digital de un banco central del mundo, el Dcash, estando esta moneda en curso en 8 de esos países del Caribe Oriental. Y tenemos también a Víctor Buzón, VP de Marketing de la empresa Taurus, una prestigiosa plataforma de gestión de activos digitales con una gran experiencia en el área de mercadeo y empresas como Procter & Gamble. Let me now turn to English so I can better communicate with my panelists. Let's do first a round in which you will have a few minutes to present your initial statements. You're free to talk. And then, based on the time we have left, we have discussed this before, we can interact more freely and react and respond to comments to your co-presenters. You can do that, okay? And also maybe questions that come from the audience. So let me start with our guys that are present virtually. Scott Nations, would you like to say a few words for us? And again, welcome my panelists.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. And I think this will be a wonderful panel. We all love to talk about and think about disruption, particularly in the financial sector. Briefly, let me expand on my biography a little bit. I run Nations Indexes. We are the largest independent developer of option volatility indexes, and we are the ones behind the new NASDAQ 100 Volatility Index. Futures and options are trading at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and on NASDAQ. But I love the topic because I've actually written a book about the history of the United States is told through stock market crashes, told through the lens of stock market crashes. And each of those historical crashes was fostered by some sort of new, novel financial contraption, I call them, which injected liquidity, which injected instability and leverage into a financial system at the worst possible time. So I think that the conversation is important because disruption through new products often takes us places we really don't want to go. I jotted down some of the factors that I think will be the biggest disruptors over the next 10 years. And briefly, and these are more or less in order. I think artificial intelligence can do wonderful things. It can help banks make loans, insurance companies write insurance more efficiently, but to the degree that we don't really understand all of the inputs to those, to the algorithm, I think that we have to pay attention to not just the disruption, which can be a good thing, but also some of the chaos. As an example, the flash crash in the United States stock market on May 6, 2010 was largely a function of algorithmic trading without any human interaction. And at one point that day, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down almost 10% on the day. Second thing, we've heard about this over the last hour or two. of the conference, and that is digital money, which can be a wonderful disruption to the degree that you can hold money outside a traditional bank. That can be a wonderful thing in that it removes some of the frictions of movement. And the third thing I would like to talk about is big data, which can be a wonderful disruption if it allows financial institutions and consumers to make better decisions. So if we actually have access to big data, we're able to make better decisions based on what has happened in the past, rather than simply guessing as to what we think might have worked in the past, then I think big data will be a wonderful, wonderful disruption. So all of these offer real opportunities, but we do have to be careful about unintended consequences because, again, disruption has sometimes led to chaos that we just didn't anticipate. So looking forward to hearing other panelists' opinions.
Thank you so much, Scott. Brian, I'm going to continue with you because I don't want to have any interruptions with technology here. You know how it is with Murphy's Law. Brian, where are you now, by the way?
I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Salt Lake City, Utah. That's one of my favorite places, by the way. It has a lot of dark skies, so I try to go there for that. So Brian, if you can take it over and say a few words for us.
Sure, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I certainly wish I was there in person, needless to say. But listen, my name is Brian Popelka. I'm the CEO of a company called BIT that was founded out of Barbados in around the 2014 timeframe. We have been, since 2016, in the central bank digital currency world. And I've really enjoyed the comments of all of the speakers to date because everyone has hit on some really primary discussion points that we are seeing in market today. BIT is one of the first movers with central bank digital currency around the world. Just a quick note about what we offer. We're an infrastructure service provider. And so we are working with central banks around the world where we have currently 4 deployments. One that I'm sure everyone is familiar with there with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, as you mentioned in the introduction with Dcash. A very early deployment and a lot of lessons learned, as you can imagine, being a very first mover in a small monetary union, but a monetary union nonetheless. We're also in Nigeria, so a rather large deployment, 220 million people in Nigeria. We're also in Belize and have been working with a large national bank in the Ukraine. And as you all might imagine, there are unique opportunities and possibilities with the idea of a digital currency in a country that is torn with conflict and with the hope of rebuild down the road. But these are all things that we see as opportunities within the digital currency inevitability. I think that we are like-minded with most of the speakers to date that disruption is an interesting word. I always think of the word transformation. The gentleman that offered a question to Mr. Reynolds earlier used the word trust. And trust is really the basis for what this disruption or transformation must look like for it to take root globally and for us, in our opinion, to really expand and take advantage of what we see as large advantages through advancements in blockchain and trust and what digital currency can offer in programmability. But there are some really heavy thoughts and challenges around the idea of surveillance and privacy, KYC, AML, security, and frankly, scalability of blockchain and its ability to provide speed when it comes to transactions, the type of transactions we're all used to. And so I think with that, I am anxious to hear more from the other panelists and look forward to the conversation. So thank you again for having me. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Brian. I would ask you to stand by for a few minutes, see if there's any reactions to your words, but also perhaps some of the questions that we'll have for you.
We're now going to refer to the panel here, physically present. We can start with you, Rigon. Alex?
Thank you very much for the great introduction. O muchas gracias, podríamos decir. So my name is Alexandre Rigaud, French-Australian, born in Hong Kong and bred all around the world. CEO and co-founder of STEP. Our mission at STEP is to positively engage humanity through life, thanks to blockchain and insurtech solutions. I'm also the co-founder of a crypto trading fund that we started in 2015, as well as an environmentally friendly recycling blockchain business. A few words that were quite interesting since the very beginning of this conversation, of the whole discussion that we've had all together, is store of value that the gentleman said at the back of the room there, as well as bartering at the very beginning of the conference. And all that relates to trust. I love telling the story of my great-grandfather in the French Alps. He used to be a farmer. And he used to go to the post office with an egg and exchange an egg for a post stamp. And that's not that long ago. Bartering, trust, and store of value, all related to community. That's what blockchain is all about. A globalized, local way of trading and exchanging value and storing value in something else than traditional monetary systems. Today, thanks to blockchain and solutions such as cryptocurrency that rely on the underlying blockchain infrastructure, enable the creation of solutions such as the one that we work on in my ventures, of circular economy, redistribution ecosystems, where bartering becomes a reality. Bartering of everyday realities, like recycling, like health, wellness, fitness, transforming digital concepts into real-world utilities, so that your everyday well-being can actually be transformed into social security systems, dynamic cashbacks, rewards, but also enabling people to actually finance their well-being and their social security system with data, storing data, for example. So these are some of the subjects that are passionating my life currently, and that I'm actually talking about in my book that should be released in a few weeks from now. And that's also part of the things that I teach at INSEC and Sorbonne University as well. So I'm more than happy to talk about all of this with you and how together, today, more than ever, we can make the world better thanks to blockchain.
You want me to go? My name is Bill Spada, Dev Team 6 CEO, also co-founder of Dev Team 6 with my partner out there in the audience, Eric Anderson. Pleased to be here, very much an honor. I appreciate the invite to come out here and speak to all of you, so that is definitely an honor of mine, so thank you. First and foremost, the topic that is really big for us. We come from the decentralized world. My firm is a blockchain firm. We built on blockchain. A lot of what we do is smart contracts. We've launched cryptocurrencies. We've pushed them live into centralized exchanges. We've partnered on the centralized side, but mainly lived on the decentralized side. But the message that I bring coming from that side of the coin or that side of the fence is we're more than happy to work with the governments. We want to build mass adoption and bring the true technology of blockchain to the forefront and utilize it for its best uses and see the utility and application actually play out in the real world. So governments are very focused now on centralized regulations and a lot of the exchanges, and there is a lot of reason to start there. There's issues with lending, there's issues with borrowing, there's issues with staking and yields and earnings and all that type of thing. But The decentralized world makes up probably 80% of the actual transactions on the blockchain. And I don't think that people realize how deep it is. And the big win for the governments and for the agencies out there is to be in the collaboration efforts with the builders of the platforms on the decentralized side and put those policies in place, put those pieces in place now, work in collaboration or even work just in some sort of consultation work, but there needs to be a more of a focus on the platforms themselves. You know, the lending platforms and the actual pieces that are powering this decentralized world that is happening out there. It's easy to worry about the centralized side because that's where your regulations and your scope goes. But if the governments were involved in the platform building on the decentralized side, we could literally build mass adoption together and build a hybrid world that is going to accept it because the safety measures will be in place. We'll see the policies actually play out and make sure that there's compliance and all the things that need to be done. And to the person's point, I think it was Reynolds that was up here earlier, I can't recall, you know, talking about centralized exchanges and our gentleman back there talking about the decentralized side and the banks and all that. You know, the biggest things for the government is they don't realize that they can actually play on the decentralized side. And he asked, how are you going to build trust? Because the biggest concern with banks is you can freeze my assets. You know, and that's why people go towards the decentralized side is they don't want their assets to be freezable. They don't want these things to be accessible to somebody and not within their own control. And there is ways through the smart contracts and see, it all lies in the platforms. Everything is built and powered by these platforms. And if the government was to get involved, they can still relinquish that control and keep it truly decentralized. However, all the building blocks that were built into that actual platform were all put in the scope, the policies, it matches all the compliance that they want to see in these platforms. And then once they know that it's where it needs to be and it's the standard that is acceptable and is safe and secure for consumers and everybody that's engaging in it, they can relinquish it and they can make it a decentralized platform. And what's the best part about it for the government is all the fee income that they're going to earn from that decentralized platform will far supersede, because it's worldwide exposure versus local and their local populations in their countries. But I could go on for days about this topic, sorry.
Thank you. You're being very generous. Thank you. You were very generous with the time. So we're on time here. We're making up some. Please, Victor, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Victor Busson. I'm CMO, so Chief Marketing Officer at Taurus and Head of Partnership. There is a bit of echo. Should be better now. Taurus, what is it? So what do we do? You can think of it as a digital asset infrastructure. So what does it mean? It's like a one-stop shop for banks. So we will help banks and financial institutions to manage digital assets. And when we talk about digital assets, it's very important to define them in 3 different pillars. Number 1 pillar is cryptocurrencies, so cryptomoneda. Here, think Bitcoin, Ethereum, and as a bank or as a financial institutions, I will be looking into securing or custodying, meaning that putting them in a wallet, those cryptocurrencies, this Bitcoin, this Ethereum. The second big opportunity that we see is related to tokenized assets. what are tokenized assets? So it relates to the tokenization, and tokenization is a big word, but what is it simply? It's just the digitalization. It's just about digitalizing where we believe real existing world asset. So usually you have two big markets, like the public markets and the private markets. So public are listed companies that are already working on, let's say, electronic infrastructure. But when it comes to the private markets, how does it work? Everything is still paper-based, okay? So the biggest opportunity, it's all about tokenizing, meaning digitizing those private assets. And when I talk about private assets, could be equity, could be debt, could be real estate, could be creation of a structured product, could be art. So it's a gigantic opportunity. And here, what matters the most is all about when you digitize the asset, you will issue basically a token associated to this asset. So it's like an asset-backed token. And what matters from a regulation point of view here, it's very simple. The regulator, depending on the market, but we need to recognize the distributed ledger technology as a valid ledger, as a valid ledger for this asset. And as soon as this is done, basically, you open up the market, or you open up basically the possibility to digitize all the private markets. So cryptocurrencies, tokenized assets, and the third pillar is, we talked about it quite extensively, which is stablecoin and CBDCs, so central bank digital currencies. So basically making sure that a bank can mint, meaning create token, burn token, in a secure way, okay? And usually when I say mint token, it's like basically creating maybe more digital dollar, more digital euro, more digital peso. And here, basically, it's all about, usually the main thing to keep in mind, it's all about paying attention to the stabilization mechanisms behind it. So what is a stabilization mechanism for a stablecoin? Is it 1 peso backed by 1 peso? Is it $1 backed by $1? And here, what we've seen recently, with all the challenge and the collapse of stablecoin, is the issue with the stabilization mechanisms. Basically, it was not 1 Terra Luna dollar that was backed properly by an equivalent. So every bucket has its own challenges, and every bucket will have its own regulation. But what's important to keep in mind, it's not only about cryptocurrencies. It goes, blockchain and distributed ledger technology goes way beyond. And what we do, and really our job at Taurus, is to help those systemic bank, private bank, investment bank, crypto bank, even in Switzerland, where we are based, to really take the most of every pillar and ensuring that every move and every strategy is fully compliant with the local regulation, because regulation is key. And Switzerland, we have the luck to be based in Switzerland, and we are very much kind of in advance, probably 2 years, I would say 24 to 36 months in advance, compared to probably some other countries. So we are convinced that there is a lot of share and reapply that can be done between the different players and collaboration even between countries.
Thank you. We still have a few minutes, and I want to jump in with a few questions, okay? They'll be quick, but the word trust has been mentioned so many times, and I remember that was the name of the first book ever that I presented to you, Mr. President, Trust by Francis Fukuyama. And it was so interesting at the time, back in the 90s. But certainly, trust is such an important element of everything that's going on. But with everything that's going on, especially in the recent developments in the crypto world, showing a downwards trend, including some significant crashes, like Terra Luna, Celsius recently. Do you see them, and I first start with Alex, but please, anyone can jump in. You see them as temporary losses and loss of trust, or are there more permanent trends that will be with us in the future?
That's a great question. Thank you. Thank you for that question. So I think if we step back and we look at the whole global market situation of cryptocurrency as a whole, there is a Chinese concept, a philosophical concept called Weiji. Weiji is, in times of crisis, there's always opportunities. And yes, the volatility of the markets, yes, great losses for projects such as Terra Luna, which I won't be commenting on that at all. Several opportunities. First are a great cleansing of all the Ponzi schemes that were seen, unfortunately, on the blockchain and cryptocurrencies. Secondly, also, is opportunities for real utilities to appear on the blockchain. CBDCs are some of them, but governments also have many more opportunities around cryptocurrency and tokenization, apart from traditional, let's say, central bank tokens. A couple of weeks back, I was speaking at an event organized by the Ministry of Health in Saudi Arabia, talking with the minister himself about the concept of health currencies, tokenized health currencies, led by a government, enabling the empowering of a circular economy based around well-being, health, fitness, nutrition, enabling social security systems to be tokenized and empowering the population to act and to actually be part of change at a level that enables the bottom of the pyramid to actually be part of an ecosystem. So I think these types of technologies and real-world use cases are there for the long term, and I wouldn't see what we're seeing now on a micro scale as a market crash, as an issue for the long term, because whether it is new approaches to tokenize ecosystems, government-led or not, or simply the use of blockchain as a technology per se, not looking at blockchain directly linked up to cryptocurrency, because blockchain is a technology before everything. And blockchain can change the world in such beautiful ways without necessarily using cryptocurrency per se. So these are what is there to stay for the long term, I think, and those real world utilities and things people and governments can act upon are there to stay.
Okay. Well, thank you. Alex, Bill, and this goes for you too, Scott and Brian, if you can jump in. But here's a question that I'd like to ask for the audience. Have you had any personal or institutional failures that you can say that you want to share with the audience and you learned some lessons from those failures that you think that we would all benefit from?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the things being on the building side of blockchain is, smart contracts as we know it over the years have evolved, and they continue to develop various different techniques and features, functions, etc. Earlier this year, we actually were part of an exchange that was hacked. We were hacked for $3 million or just around $3 million or so, and learning as you go, the resources in blockchain right now is what's being engaged in it by the people around that you go out there and try to, work within and develop within blockchain. So as more resources come available and, there's better ways to build stronger and build faster, it'll be easier. But, with crypto, it's what have you done for me lately and how fast can you get it done? So for us, it was a great learning curve. Great example, you brought up his question a minute ago on Luna and, that whole situation and the trust in the markets and seeing the crash, the crypto crash. And to me, it's funny to hear how people perceive or the optics behind it, right? And, a lot of what I think is happening and people aren't really seeing it is the same market makers that are messing with the stock market are now getting involved in the cryptocurrency world. That's where Terra Luna's issue started, and exchange of assets and some other things that took place. So it's not that the blockchain was broken or Terra Luna was broken, it was in a vulnerability that they got themselves involved in. But these market makers, the same BlackRocks and all these other names that are out there in the actual stock market, are doing the same thing they do in the stock market that they did with the crypto world. It's just highly sensitive in the crypto world because it was one of the first major times that shortage was made and it literally threw the whole thing off. So, there's a lot of personal experience I've seen in blockchain, but, it's all out there. It's just the evolution as we go through these level ups, I'd say, as we're going to learn, we're going to grow, we're going to evolve, and it's going to take time.
It certainly is a learning curve to everything. They're signaling that we only have a few 5 minutes left before we go to the audience for a question or two. So Brian and Scott, what advice would you provide to developing countries like the Dominican Republic? We have a full spectrum of the economic and political society here in the audience. And given your experience, what advice, key advice that they should take home with them would you give now?
Ryan, do you mind if I go first?
Please.
Thanks. I think it's a wonderful question, and I think it goes back to the original question, and that is trust. And I think that while the blockchain is wonderful technology as it's been expressed in cryptocurrencies, there is no trust, and we shouldn't expect there to be trust with the headlines that we've seen, so many people being hacked, some people being taken advantage of. And I saw a news item today, famously, several years ago, somebody had been mining Bitcoin in the UK. They threw out their hard drive, and I saw the news today, that they had raised essentially a venture fund, got investors to dig through the landfill where the hard drive had been discarded, and it had 150 million pounds in Bitcoin on. And so I don't think we're going to have trust until those issues are satisfied. I think about what happened in the United States in the 1930s. People came to not trust their banks, and with good reason, until there was government intervention. Government intervention seems to be absolutely contrary to the idea of cryptocurrencies. So back to your question, what should a country like the Dominican Republic do? I think digitizing an actual currency makes tremendous sense to the degree that it reduces frictions, it allows people to operate without being forced to access banks. They can actually store on the blockchain, they can store currency, real currency, not cryptocurrency, real currency on the blockchain, and they can transact on the blockchain without going through a bank or some other financial intermediary. That is where I believe the Dominican Republic should focus, because that brings real value to the citizens.
Thank you. Brian?
Yeah, and thank you, Scott. I did not pay Scott for that endorsement of the concept of maybe a CBDC for the Dominican Republic, but certainly that's where BIT focuses. And so to pivot towards a CBDC and what advice I would give, I think that what we have learned over the course of the last 2 years in market, working directly with central banks for over 5 years, is that establishing trust in the market and a go-to-market strategy is a multi-pronged, complex thing to undertake. And oftentimes, developing economies, emerging economies are unlikely to fully appreciate the change management challenge that it takes for a central bank to take on a new infrastructure like a central bank digital currency. In a very pragmatic way, financial institutions, government institutions, private agencies, merchants, brand, it's all critical to hit typical mandates of financial inclusion, of reduction of cost, reduction of cash, which we know throughout the Caribbean is a highway of transaction, but is to take on very seriously and to think ahead of what infrastructure by human capital it requires to have a successful deployment that can bring about this level of change. It's a real issue, and it's one that we seek to advise our potential clients on when the consideration is there. But it requires all of this from a global sense to really help to establish trust in the public sector for people to adopt and actually use this. It doesn't do us any good to provide technology if in fact the man on the street, the woman on the street, doesn't have access and can't use it.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, they're telling me we ran out of time. We have time for maybe one question from the audience. Andrés.
Gracias. Hemos hablado bastante en la mañana sobre regulación, desregulación, sobre las funciones de los bancos centrales. Y quisiera preguntarle a uno de los panelistas, ¿realmente favorece a alguien la no regulación? Y si de los factores que se ha dicho para no regular, existe un tema impositivo, pero fundamentalmente saber si a alguien se beneficia por no regular el mercado de criptomonedas.
Si podría decir algo en ese tema, no sé si beneficia a alguien en particular la non-regulación. Podemos ver ahora algunos estados que están empezando a regular criptomonedas, por ejemplo Dubái, de donde vengo. Llegué de Dubái algunos días atrás y es el primer gobierno que está regulando criptomoneda. En realidad, hoy en día puede ser no hay regulaciones en criptomonedas, pero está llegando. Y si pensamos a quién beneficia esa non-regulación, diría a personas que hacen crypto trading que benefician de la volatilidad de la criptomoneda, porque pueden ellos hacer simplemente comprar y vender y hacer ventas rápido. Pero aparte de eso, no veo ventaja o desventaja en non-regulación, porque la regulación está llegando. Y vamos a ver regulación globalmente llegar en criptomoneda en los próximos años, creo.
Okay, and just to finish it up, is it going to be a better world with crypto and the decentralized
100%.
organizations growing, or is it going to be a more volatile, more uncertain, more unpredictable world? And you have 30 seconds for that, Alex.
Oh, it's going to take time, and it's going to be a little bumpy, but it's going to be able to build monetary infrastructures in countries that don't even have them today. I think over the next 5 to 10 years, it's the best way to really unify humanity.
Good.
Cryptocurrency will remain volatile. It's by default its nature. Even if it's maturing, it's boom and burst. Tokenized assets basically, here you digitize real assets, the real economy. And basically here, the trend is slower, a bit more organic, but we are at the basis of the parabola. So basically here, let's say that the view is crypto boom burst, it continues and so on, but this tokenized asset, we really are at the beginning of this gigantic wave where I believe in the next 10 years, every company will have, let's say, its operation run digitally, including its shares, equity management, can do fundraising with its own employees, with its own partners. So it's really unlocking a bunch of new tools and new weapons and making sure that all the new fabric and all the economy really move to this digital era thanks to blockchain. So organic growth of our tokenized assets.
In better world? Yes. 30 seconds? Yes. Few words. Madagascar. 400,000 people on which we are empowering a solution and enabling them to finally have access to basic healthcare in a country where healthcare doesn't exist. All that thanks to cryptocurrency, thanks to blockchain. Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, all those emerging nations can now empower their population, empower them to take action for their lives. And that is an opportunity for every emerging market in the world.
Brian and Scott, anything? 30 seconds?
I'll take it really quick. I would echo all of my fellow panelists' sentiments. It will be a better world. It is an inevitability. We should expect that we will learn some lessons along the way, but the ability to empower emerging nations cannot be overstated. This is a real opportunity to unlock economies that for decades have been to some degree suppressed, and to provide and build on our theme today, trust within these countries for inclusion and price of the basic movement of money and unlocking the economies. All good.
Quickly, yes, it will be a better world because it will become a more efficient world. But I think that we also have to recognize that, like every new technology, we get very, very enthusiastic, overly enthusiastic in the early days. And I think that the next 10 years, next 20 years potentially, that will be the story for blockchain. We will see a few major uses for it, and we'll see a lot that end up not deserving the hope. But I look forward to a much more efficient world.
Ok, bueno, con eso yo creo que hemos concluido este primer panel. Creo que todos nos llevamos una idea de que hay muchos temas complicados, pero ciertamente el tema de la confianza que se va generando en este mundo descentralizado que se está conformando frente a nosotros. Recientemente estuve en otro evento similar a este, donde se hablaba de la celebración, the celebration of the decentralized world that's emerging. Yo creo que de algún modo nosotros acá estamos comenzando a experimentar lo que puede ser de manera entusiasta ese conocimiento que se requiere para tomar decisiones. Porque al final de todo esto, cada uno de nosotros tendrá que tomar algunas decisiones. No solamente en cuanto, digamos, a las criptomonedas, todo el tema de la tecnología que subyace debajo de eso. Nosotros, por ejemplo, y con eso termino, en el Parque Cibernético estamos impulsando, bueno, pues algunas iniciativas, tales como el metaverso dominicano, estamos hablando de bienes raíces, estamos hablando del turista virtual, estamos hablando de, por ejemplo, utilizar el blockchain para cadenas de suministro en productos agrícolas. Y ahí estamos trabajando de cerca con el Ministerio de agricultura, estamos trabajando con sector privado, café, cacao, tabaco, cosas muy vinculadas a la economía dominicana, y lo estamos haciendo y yo creo que vamos avanzando, pero son pasos que no llegan a un final inmediato en corto plazo, sino que tenemos también que ver cómo todo esto se va desarrollando y abarcar cada vez más el universo de la República Dominicana, de la región y obviamente del mundo. Con eso yo creo que nuestros panelistas merecen un reconocimiento de parte de todos ustedes por su buen trabajo.
Thank you, Eddie, for guiding that very enticing and proactive conversation between our panelists. And thank you very much to our panelists for being here, those who are in person and obviously those who are online as well. Pasamos entonces al segundo panel, la próxima generación de la banca, y para ello vamos a llamar a nuestro moderador, José Frank Almeida, director para las Américas de ITSS Global. También llamamos al escenario, we also call to the stage, al señor Michael Salmoni, al señor Julio Ferrón, a la señorita Justine Serri Herrera, al señor Carlos Navarros, al señor Charis Sávides y al señor Máximo Buonomo.
Buenos días. Alguien dijo por ahí, la energía eléctrica no surgió de la mejora continua de las velas. Y uno se pone a pensar en esa frase. Definitivamente este tipo de disrupciones en el ambiente financiero sobre todo, pero como bien lo comentaba el señor Eddie Martínez hoy, hay otros sectores, otras industrias que también están siendo impactadas o se están beneficiando de la tecnología de blockchain para poder eficientizar sus procesos. Cuando me invitaron a moderar este panel, la verdad que me sentí muy honrado. Trabajé en República Dominicana en la banca más de 20 años y es un sector que conozco bastante bien. Sin embargo, cuando uno piensa, cuando se habla de criptoactivos o de activos digitales y se habla de blockchain, lo primero que a cualquiera le viene a la cabeza es precisamente la criptomoneda. Y eso no es todo. Como bien explicaba ahorita Víctor, hay otras aplicaciones en ese ámbito que yo creo que son importantes que también se discutan, y eso es parte de lo que vamos a ver hoy en este panel de expertos. No solamente me siento honrado por poder moderar el panel, y cuando conocí a cada uno de ellos, pues definitivamente vi que creo que podemos entregar algo interesante para todos ustedes hoy, sino también por el público que nos acompaña. Cuando escuchaba al presidente Fernández hablar de los criptooptimistas y los criptoescépticos, uno decía, bueno, los argumentos son tan sólidos de cada lado que puede tender la gente también a confundirse. Y eso es válido en una época como esta, que más que cambios en la época, es un cambio de época como tal. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo es precisamente esa disrupción en todos los ámbitos en el que blockchain puede ser aplicado como tecnología. En el año 2006 aproximadamente, yo recuerdo haber participado en un evento de Visa, de la tarjeta de crédito, y nos entregaron un celular. No existía el iPhone, por cierto. Era un teléfono de tecla que tenía un balance virtual de $100, $120. Ellos tenían un espacio como este, que era un espacio que simulaba el estadio de fútbol, un estadio de fútbol, y tú podías comprar las entradas, tú podías comprar refrescos, bebidas, comida, etcétera, etcétera. Merchandising de los equipos, etcétera. Y en ese entonces, en el 2006, se hablaba de la desaparición del dinero. Y se decía, bueno, esto va a ser el futuro. Sin embargo, nosotros pensamos, y lo que creemos en este tipo de tecnología, pensamos que son complementos básicamente a lo que hoy existe. Ciertamente, poco a poco se ha ido, y nosotros lo vemos incluso en República Dominicana, cómo han crecido los pagos digitales, cómo han crecido las transferencias electrónicas. Señores, apenas en el 2007 tuvimos, 2006-2007, no recuerdo, tuvimos ACH, o tuvimos pagos al instante, tenemos pagos al instante ahora en el país. Eso en en esa época no era posible. Y hoy día uno no se imagina cómo no puede hacer, digamos, un pago a la velocidad que hoy la podemos hacer en nuestra economía. Nos falta, y creo que también vamos a hablar un poco de todo el tema regulatorio. Yo creo que aquí uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es precisamente ese. O sea, no solamente en República Dominicana, sino en los países donde se esté adoptando esta tecnología, es precisamente enfocarnos en cómo regulamos todo esto de manera tal que pudiera reconocerse como un registro legal, un registro, valga la redundancia, en una base de datos distribuida o en un blockchain. Que muchos de los países, como Francia, Alemania, Suiza, lo que han hecho básicamente es en sus leyes poner de manera muy general cómo pudiera aplicarse todo esto. Entonces, definitivamente es un reto para la banca en específico, y quizá ustedes van a ver en estas exposiciones mucho enfoque hacia el sector financiero. Sin embargo, también vamos a tener algunos panelistas que van a hablar de otros sectores. Habiendo dicho esto, me acompañan hoy el señor Julio Ferrón, es Head of Crypto en KPMG España. Julio, además, es español, pero de origen dominicano. Tenemos el placer de tenerlo aquí. Justine Serri Herrera es partner y an advocate en Malta, en una empresa básicamente que se dedica a todo el tema de fintech como partners, y nos hablará un poco de los pilares del ecosistema de cripto. Carlos Navarro, Senior Manager de Blockchain and Digital Assets en Deloitte, España, quien nos hablará sobre el sector financiero y las criptomonedas. Y Charis Savides, quien nos estará disertando sobre el desarrollo del marco regulatorio, lo cual también, como mencionaba ahorita, sumamente importante para todos nosotros. Por último, tendremos la participación de Máximo Buono. Máximo es experto, trabajó en las Naciones Unidas como experto de blockchain, NFT, metaverso, ciberseguridad, criptomoneda, decentralized finance, CBDCs. Es una persona que conoce bastante también sobre todo esto, y nos va a dar algunas aplicaciones prácticas y va a comentar un poco sobre lo que es la tokenización de los activos digitales. La idea entonces es que cada uno de ellos se tome unos minutos, se presente y haga su exposición, y luego tenemos algunas preguntas tanto del panel como del público en sentido general. Podemos empezar entonces con Julio para que pueda hacer su disertación.
Perfecto. Yo creo que, bueno, primero gracias por la introducción y la presentación. Es un placer poder estar aquí. Creo que durante los distintos paneles que hemos tenido, le hemos dado mucho peso, y ahora iremos al porqué, ¿no? Le hemos dado mucho peso a la parte volátil de los criptoactivos, a la parte que al final nos atrae, porque al final el ser humano vive de la dopamina, y que suba el precio o baje nos atrae. No obstante, no hablamos de cosas que a lo mejor son más aburridas, pero que están moviendo la industria y que sí pueden ser transformacionales ya no hablo solo del sector financiero, sino para la sociedad en su conjunto. Creo que Víctor de Tauros en su presentación ha hablado sobre la tokenización de activos reales y el poder de representar digitalmente en una blockchain un activo ya existente. Esto, más que un caso de uso, es un carácter inherente a la tecnología blockchain, que ya está abriendo puertas a casos de uso que tienen impacto real y que sí mueven la aguja. Por lo tanto, hay que poner en perspectiva. Hablábamos de que el mundo de las criptomonedas, no criptoactivos es un concepto más amplio, representa 1,5 trillions. Pensad en cuánto volumen representan el resto de activos financieros, no llega ni al 1%. Ese resto de activos, y solo hablando de los financieros, puede estar encima de blockchains, va a estar encima de blockchains, ya está en muchos casos encima de blockchains. Tenéis un ejemplo muy claro, en Francia además, Société Générale emite un bono dentro de sus raíles tradicionales, un bono de hipotecas francesas, y lo representa digitalmente en la blockchain de Ethereum. ¿Sabéis qué ha hecho después Société Générale con ese bono? Lo ha incluido como colateral en un protocolo de finanzas descentralizadas, en un smart contract, una solución absolutamente descentralizada que se basa en la confianza en el código y no en la confianza en personas. ¿Por qué una entidad financiera centralizada, que su negocio core evidentemente se basa en la intermediación, está interactuando con entidades descentralizadas que representan, y permitidme el término, el mundo salvaje, el mundo sin control? Porque evidentemente hay oportunidades. No obstante, esas oportunidades no se reflejan o no llegan de la misma manera al consumidor final de lo que puede llegar que el precio de Bitcoin ha subido o caído un 30%. Por lo tanto, tokenización de activos por 4 cosas principalmente. La primera, la liquidez. Puedo darle liquidez a activos que no la tienen. Por ejemplo, real estate. El carácter inherente del real estate precisamente es que tiene una limitación en cuanto a la liquidez. La segunda, eficiencia. Payment versus delivery. Lo puedo básicamente reducir a cero. No hay un decalaje entre el pago y el delivery del activo. La tercera es la inteligencia. La capacidad de tokenizar cosas también me permite embeber condiciones en el propio token. Los activos que tenemos a día de hoy en el sector financiero son activos digitales, pero no son activos inteligentes. No nos confundamos. El hecho de que podamos meterlos en blockchain nos va a permitir generar inteligencia. Y la última, la fraccionalidad. Voy a poder democratizar el acceso a la inversión en determinados activos. Esto es muy interesante porque también va a escapar al sector financiero. Vamos a poder ser dueños de activos distintos. Mis datos son activos distintos. Mis datos pueden ser utilizados como colateral en un crédito al consumo cuando quiera comprar en Amazon. Todo esto son casos de uso que se pueden desplegar utilizando la tecnología blockchain, utilizando los criptoactivos. No queramos tampoco separar los dos puntos. Las criptomonedas, los criptoactivos también juegan un rol en todo esto. Por lo tanto, los casos van mucho más allá de que el precio suba o el precio baje o hacer trading. Para esto, y ya acabo, necesitamos 2 cosas. La primera, entender los riesgos. Hay riesgos en operar con criptoactivos. Evidentemente que hay riesgos. No quiere decir que tengamos riesgos más altos, por ejemplo, en blanqueo de capitales, que los que tenemos en el mundo tradicional. Quiere decir que la forma de manejarlos es distinta. Por lo tanto, yo debo adaptarme a la nueva naturaleza del riesgo. Y de la mano de manejar ese riesgo viene la necesidad de una regulación. El hecho de que yo diga que puedo utilizar mis datos como colateral en un crédito al consumo, seguro que si hay algún abogado por aquí estará temblando en la silla porque evidentemente levanta un montón de dudas desde el punto de vista legal. Necesitamos que los gobiernos, que los organismos públicos comiencen a trabajar, pero no que comiencen a regular sin saber. Creo que hay una herramienta muy buena, que son los pilot regimes, los sandbox regulatorios, que permiten testar, permiten a los gobiernos aprender y permiten precisamente entender dónde están los problemas para que esto evolucione de la forma correcta. Por lo tanto, ya hago un recap rápido, oportunidades en cuanto a la implementación de la característica propia de la tokenización en activos que ya existen. La segunda, el entendimiento de los riesgos. Y la tercera, que evidentemente los organismos públicos sean capaces de generar los frameworks necesarios para que esto crezca como tiene que crecer.
Excelente, muchas gracias. Gracias, Julio. Justin.
Thank you. When it comes to the ecosystem of decentralized finance, there are various key participants and market players, mostly emulating the same participants we have in traditional finance. So brokers, market makers, exchanges, custodians, and then those on 2 different playing fields. We have the centralized finance applications and platforms, such as Celsius, which unfortunately recently went bankrupt, and also decentralized finance applications, such as non-custodial wallets like MetaMask, and lending and borrowing platforms like Aave and Compound. Now, I think these both have pros and cons and are both very important to the ecosystem. In terms of importance, CeFi is important because it bridges the gap. So if you want to access decentralized finance, you first need to access a centralized platform in order to purchase crypto in the first place. So in terms of bridging the gap, I think centralized finance applications have a very important role to play. In terms of pros and cons, when it comes to decentralized finance lending and borrowing platforms, these have proved to actually be more reliable than centralized borrowing and lending platforms. So Celsius is a very famous recent event of a centralized lending platform which recently went bankrupt. Interestingly enough, Celsius first had to pay off its DeFi debts before paying off other creditors. And this is because it had no choice. Basically, the DeFi loans were locked up in smart contracts, and if it didn't pay its loans, it would lose all its collateral. So in terms of reliability, DeFi is actually quite, is the winner. Having said that, there are other negative connotations which the market and the industry is working on and addressing, specifically when it comes to hacks and vulnerability in the code. So obviously the industry is very, very aware of what is going on. Everyone is trying to develop and reach solutions quickly, specifically when it comes to bridging between different types of blockchain. And in the process of this, there are vulnerabilities in the code. So I think it's just a matter of time until the industry does solve these issues. And when it does, I think the DeFi will be truly unstoppable. However, I don't think it should be one versus the other. So just centralized, just DeFi, just CBDCs, CBTCs over stable coins. I think that it is very healthy for the market to be able to choose if they want to trust central bank digital coins, if they want to trust stablecoin issuers, once, of course, they are fully regulated, and the market is, in fact, primarily dealing with regulating centralized platforms such as Celsius, which went down, and stablecoin issuers due to the risks that they present in terms of underlying assets when pegged to real life assets. However, in the future, once the necessary players are well regulated, I think it is unhealthy to restrict or eliminate crypto assets or stablecoins just because they present themselves as a threat or competition, and that we should really advocate for the free open markets and move away from the monopoly of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Massimo, please.
Yes. Okay. I just took some notes because as a former university professor, I like to do that. I agree that tokenization is a very important tool, but I want to go a little bit back to the title of this conference, which is The Future of Money. Because when we talk about the future of money, we are saying that we are at the crossroad right now because there is effectively a war between the old finance and the new finance. This war is going on, and you can see how much bad pressure is on crypto world. But I agree that regulation is essential because you cannot stop the decentralized world from acting, but you need to regulate it. But I want to stress some points about the crypto world. There is definitely a use case for the crypto world. Why? Because let's say that we are immigrants from Latin America in the United States, for instance. There was the representative of the United States here before. Now, on $100 that we send from US to the Dominican Republic, only $70 get here, and $30 get kept by US banks. So, I mean, there is a huge profit taking place through the traditional finance world. With Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, that doesn't happen. Of course, you pay fees, but it's not 30%. 30% of what you work, nearly 1/3 of what you do, gets kept by the US banks. That is not fair for our families in the Dominican Republic. So, no wonder why banks are so much against the crypto world, because of course they lose money if the remittance fees disappear. The second criticism that is against the crypto world is also a criticism that you can do against the banks. For instance, this whole picture about money laundering, about terrorist financing, lots of banks have received huge fines for that. So how can banks criticize the crypto world when they did the same thing? I mean, regulation is essential, but we have to bear in mind there is a definite use case for the crypto world, and that is why it's there and is growing, despite the fact that it fell down dramatically.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Carlos.
Muchas gracias. Lo primero tengo que decirlo porque nunca he estado en una sala de conferencias con semejantes vistas al mar. Sois muy afortunados. Estaba antes ahí sentado al revés y no era consciente de lo que estamos viendo ahí. Así que lo primero, agradecer estar aquí y compartir con vosotros nuestra visión. Como decíamos en la introducción, no hacía falta. Mi intención en este ratito, y no quiero dilatarme mucho, es compartir con vosotros la visión que como consultor y actualmente asesorando a varias entidades financieras en Europa, veo que están, o digamos que pasos están dando los principales bancos de la zona euro desde la perspectiva de qué hacer con todo esto, ¿no? Todo esto del mundo cripto, del mundo blockchain, ¿no? Y compartir qué oportunidades de negocio están viendo y hacia dónde se dirigen. Yo creo que dividiría principalmente en dos las iniciativas. La primera es la relacionada con ofrecer a sus clientes exposición a los criptoactivos, considerándolo como un nuevo asset class, un nuevo producto que pueden ofrecer. Para eso, por supuesto, tiene que haber regulación. En Europa está en camino, es la regulación conocida como MiCA, está preacordada y llegará, ¿no? Ya están trabajando todos los bancos en ser capaces de ofrecer este tipo de soluciones y de exposición a sus clientes. Durante la mañana hemos hablado de la volatilidad y del carácter especulativo de estos activos y yo creo que hemos perdido también la perspectiva y quería dar varios mensajes sobre esto. Uno, no todas las criptomonedas intentan ser única y exclusivamente un mecanismo de intercambio de valor a distancia. Bitcoin es la original y eso es lo que persigue, pero detrás de cada criptomoneda suele haber una blockchain con un proyecto tecnológico que intenta resolver algún problema. Y cuando compramos monedas de esa blockchain, sea Ethereum, sea Cardano, Solana, Polygon, estamos apostando porque esa blockchain será la infraestructura del futuro y será lo que se denomina la Web3 y que será algo utilizado por mucha gente. Como apuestas por una de ellas, compras, al final es inevitable, ¿no? Está en el carácter del ser humano, pero digamos que si lo damos un paso atrás y vemos qué hay detrás de todo esto, realmente hay proyectos tecnológicos muy interesantes que intentan resolver grandes problemas, ¿no? Como por ejemplo la ejecución de software de manera descentralizada, sin depender de un punto único de fallo. Y esos son temas que no hay que olvidar cuando estamos analizando proyectos cripto desde la perspectiva de inversión, ¿no? Analizar bien qué hay detrás. Digamos, bancos comerciales están trabajando en esa línea y hay diferentes líneas de negocio, desde única y exclusivamente ofrecer la exposición o incluso también facilitar asesoramiento respecto a cómo invertir. Falta mucho conocimiento, falta muchísima educación en todo esto y son servicios que los bancos comerciales, la banca privada, se está planteando. Y luego está el otro gran tema, que para mí es muchísimo más relevante y que sí que es o está estrechamente relacionado con el futuro de las finanzas y el futuro de las infraestructuras de mercado, que es la utilización de blockchain como tecnología, independientemente de que existan o no tokens, criptomonedas sobre ello. Es una herramienta que sirve para desintermediar. Y si hay un sistema que está especialmente intermediado por organismos y entidades cuya única función principal es proveer confianza, tenemos una tecnología que es capaz de suplir el principal valor que aportan algunos organismos, como puede ser un depositario central de valores, un custodio, un depositario. Eso es muy relevante. Comentaba antes Julio por encima, el Pilot Regime es una normativa en Europa que está precisamente fomentando el poder empezar a jugar y trabajar utilizando tecnología blockchain para la emisión y representación de acciones, sin tener que pasar por un depositario central, por ejemplo, ¿no? Entonces, eso llevará años, pero es algo en lo que los bancos también están trabajando muy fuerte porque supone grandes retos, pero también grandes oportunidades. Si tú quitas intermediarios de la cadena de custodia, tú puedes tener más margen, ¿no?, para ti. Entonces, yo diría, por resumir, las dos grandes líneas: criptoactivos, criptomonedas, como queramos llamarlo, proyectos tecnológicos, exposición a sus clientes, a estos nuevos activos, y luego la modernización y actualización de los sistemas tradicionales mediante la utilización de tecnología blockchain, que es realmente disruptivo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Muchas gracias. Ahora tenemos la participación de Charis, que nos va a hablar un poco también del tema regulatorio alrededor de todo esto.
Thank you, Jose. Thanks for having me. I will start in a different way. I'm sure that you are all aware of the famous guy that he paid around 20,000 bitcoins for 2 pizzas. All right? I think that we all know the story. And this happened back in 2008, 2009. So let me give you another story, a real one. Apart from a practicing lawyer, right, I'm also professor of law in the University of Nicosia in Cyprus. And why this university is important? It is because it's the first university in the world that accepted Bitcoin to pay your tuition fee. And this happened 8 years ago. And it is the first university that introduced a full academic program in blockchain and digital currencies. But that's not the story. The story happens in 2016. And it happens that I know the story because I'm also the lawyer of the university and I had personal involvement in this case. And what happened is that during a business trip of one of our faculty members somewhere in Central Africa, all right, a terrible accident happened. And unfortunately, she was somewhere in the middle of jungle, literally, and she needed desperately for a helicopter to take her to the nearest hospital. Everything happened Saturday afternoon. She had absolutely no contacts other than the university contacts. And she called my colleagues in the university and she said what happened and that somebody called the air ambulance to come and pick her up and take her to the hospital. That's the good news. The bad news was that the pilot of the helicopter refused to take off unless he got paid. Saturday afternoon. And not only that, but in order to be hospitalized, the hospital requested also prepayment to take her in the hospital. If the university had sent money through the normal system, it would expect that the pilot and the hospital would get the money 5-6 days later. So, because we were the first university that we accepted Bitcoin for tuition fees, and it happens to have a lot of them, we offered to the pilot, we offered to the hospital to pay in Bitcoin. Saturday afternoon, the transaction was executed properly, and the helicopter took off. The hospital accepted the patient, and thank God, she's fine. So that's the story that tells a lot about the value of cryptocurrencies. But my point today is to try and figure out why banks are so negative or negative towards crypto. I'm not sure if bankers can answer why they are so negative, okay? But of course, they are not negative because they want to control who is eating pizza or to take care of the life of someone who is in danger. I'm not talking about this. I believe that they are negative because don't forget that Bitcoin came in our lives in a period of time when everything started becoming more and more centralized and more over-regulated. So it was not just a disruption in the financial system, it was entirely the opposite concepts: centralization, decentralization, regulation, smart contract, meaning in an automatic way, everything is going to be okay and we all agree in terms. So it was not easy to fit, and it is not easy to fit in the system. And unfortunately, already a lot of speakers today mentioned crimes associated with crypto. And unfortunately, we learn about blockchain through crypto instead of the opposite. If the opposite happened, we wouldn't be in that position today. We learn blockchain because we learn about Ponzi scheme. We learn about blockchain because we learn about theft, fraud happening in the crypto space. And that created the slow pace that we experience today. And I'm sure that the easy excuse for everyone, especially for the banking sector, has to do with money laundering and crime prevention targets. It is true, but there is another thing that we should also place in the agenda, and I refer to competition. I don't believe that ever before in history the banking sector faced such competition. Maybe now it's still a small competitor, but if you see the principles behind the crypto ecosystem, you understand that here, for the first time in history, you have a genuine competitor to the traditional financial system. And the question should be how we merge, if possibly, or how we fit in the same place those two different worlds.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harris. Como pueden ver, definitivamente hay una diversidad de criterios interesante, no solamente en el panel, sino en los otros expositores que hemos visto hoy. Y hay retos, hay retos. En mi opinión particular, yo creo que más que negativa en el sector financiero, al ser un sector muy regulado, pues definitivamente quieren que se aclare qué se puede hacer y qué no. Yo creo que va más por ahí el tema y que definitivamente y cómo participar, digamos, de un mercado y cómo adoptar esta tecnología para hacer también sus procesos más eficientes. Con eso me quiero ir entonces a una pregunta directa a ustedes, y bueno, en este caso a Julio inclusive. Ayer hablábamos de los retos que implica todo esto, y nosotros nos hemos dado cuenta que nos hemos esforzado mucho en explicar cómo funciona el blockchain. Sin embargo, ninguno de nosotros se preocupa cómo funciona el Internet, y es una necesidad y lo utilizamos. O sea, es algo que en definitiva sabemos para qué sirve. Y quizá un poco de eso es también lo que necesitamos hacer en este caso y en esta tecnología. Más que explicar qué hay detrás de la tecnología, que ojo, es importante y para algunos definitivamente hasta su medio de vida, como es el caso nuestro. Pero para otros, pues definitivamente entender por qué yo querría hacer, y bueno, Charis dio algunas de las explicaciones, algunos ejemplos importantes, pero por qué yo querría hacer mis pagos a una persona a través de una moneda, de una criptomoneda o a través de un blockchain, en vez de hacerlo a través de mi banco, que ya le tengo confianza, por ejemplo. ¿Por qué yo tendría o por qué yo querría vender mi propiedad intelectual, arte, música, escritos, etcétera, a través del blockchain o de un marketplace en blockchain, que venderlo a través de marketplaces que nosotros ya conocemos, Apple Music, Spotify, ustedes pueden decir. Entonces, básicamente, enfocándonos en eso, Julio, me gustaría que más que irnos al cómo funciona el blockchain, ¿para qué sirve? ¿Qué hacemos? O sea, ¿cómo adoptamos o cuáles son los casos de uso más relevantes que estamos viendo en este momento alrededor de esta tecnología?
Como he comentado durante mi breve exposición antes, hay casos de uso que, digamos, están pasando y no están cerca del consumidor final. Insisto, estamos hablando de volatilidad, estamos hablando de precios que suben o que bajan, porque el que el precio suba o baja genera dopamina y genera que evidentemente nos atraiga al mundo de los criptoactivos. La noticia de Bitcoin sube o baja un 20% tiene muchos más retweets que hablar del caso en el que, como he comentado antes, Société Générale está investigando cómo transformar la forma en la que operativiza sus bonos. Esto es una noticia que tiene mucho más impacto en la realidad de la industria financiera. No obstante, nos quedamos en la bajada del 20%. Creo que la generación de los casos de uso, y estoy totalmente de acuerdo contigo, no pasa porque el gran público entienda lo que es un hash o que entienda lo que es blockchain como tal. Creo que pasa precisamente porque haya aplicaciones que funcionen utilizando como base la tecnología blockchain y que directamente no requieran que siquiera el usuario sepa que se está apalancando la tecnología blockchain. Comentaba antes, y tú lo has resaltado, el caso de poder monetizar nuevos tipos de contenido, ¿no? Todos estamos hoy en día muy al tanto de lo que son los NFTs y todo el ruido que al final están levantando. Creo que aquí, en la generación de tu propio contenido y en la monetización de nuevas formas de contenido, se ve una parte del atractivo que puede y de la atracción que puede generar el mundo de los criptoactivos. Yo genero datos. Cada una de mis acciones está fraccionando mi identidad. Yo ya no soy un ente físico únicamente, sino que soy un ente digital que tiene un montón de logins en distintas plataformas, que genera un montón de datos, de deseos de compra y de valor. Pensad que eso es valor. Ahora mismo ese valor no me pertenece a pesar de que yo lo estoy generando. Web3, la tecnología blockchain, nos va a permitir poseer de forma distinta, poseer en un nuevo entorno digital. Estamos viviendo probablemente avanzados en cuanto a la experiencia virtual y tecnológica a lo que están las infraestructuras que la mueven. Por lo tanto, la tecnología blockchain viene a cambiar la forma en la que los seres humanos estamos poseyendo en el mundo digital. Por lo tanto, este es un buen ejemplo de un tipo de activo nuevo que voy a poseer y voy a poder monetizar de forma distinta. Otro caso en el sector financiero, pues precisamente es lo que comentaba, ¿no? Que yo pueda utilizar activos financieros reales, como pueden ser acciones, como pueden ser bonos, como colaterales en operaciones. Para esas operaciones, a día de hoy, ya no tengo por qué acudir a un banco. Y esto es muy importante. ¿Por qué querría yo acudir a un protocolo descentralizado a pedir un préstamo? Porque hago un préstamo de persona a persona. Recordemos que comentamos, y se ha comentado el concepto de la confianza, ¿no? De trust. Hace muchos años, si yo conocía a alguien, podía pedirle prestado y me dejaba prestado. No existían instituciones, no existían bancos que nos permitían escalar ese tipo de relación. Llegaron los bancos y nos permitieron escalar, por ejemplo, el pedir prestado y que me pidiesen prestado. Ahora, con la oportunidad que nos brinda la tecnología blockchain, volvemos a ese punto inicial, donde yo voy a poder pedir de persona a persona, pero yo no tengo por qué conocer a esa persona. Yo puedo confiar en las matemáticas, puedo confiar en la tecnología para pedir un préstamo que se basa no en un banco, no se apalanca en un banco, sino que se apalanca en un código. Por lo tanto, reduzco costes, evidentemente, de intermediación. Y ese es otro ejemplo que ya está pasando. Evidentemente, y acabo ya, hay unos retos enormes que solventar. Los primeros, entender los riesgos. Los países deben entender los riesgos, deben proteger a los consumidores, deben evitar la manipulación de mercado, que son realidades que están ocurriendo. Y lo segundo, evidentemente, regular con sentido y adaptándose a la realidad de la innovación.
Y la educación básica para el consumidor también, definitivamente.
Por supuesto.
Gracias Julio. Justin, según el portal AAA, alrededor de 400 millones de personas utilizan hoy cripto, o tenemos, o se tiene, alrededor de 400 millones de usuarios de criptomonedas alrededor del mundo. Sin embargo, me llama mucho la atención otros datos demográficos que ellos también publican, y que representan definitivamente un reto para el ecosistema en sentido general. Por ejemplo, el 63% de los usuarios son hombres. El 72% tiene menos de 34 años. El 71% tiene un título de bachiller. Y su promedio de ingreso anual es de alrededor de $25,000 al año. Yo le agrego a eso, en países como los nuestros, que hemos hablado mucho de criptomonedas, de criptoactivos, de tokenización, etc. Y tenemos que recordar que esto corre sobre una plataforma interconectada y que en países como los nuestros no necesariamente para que haya una adopción masiva, y yo sé que eso no es quizás tópico de este panel, pero es una variable importante que tenemos que tener en cuenta. Está el tema de la educación, de la comunicación, del acceso al Internet, de la capacidad o de la posibilidad que tenga la gente de conectarse, porque sin eso obviamente nada de lo que estamos hablando existe, y en eso yo creo que estamos claros. Entonces, tomando en cuenta esos datos y ese reto que tenemos, y tú hablabas ahorita de descentralización financiera, ¿cómo llegamos ahí? ¿Cómo empezamos a enfrentar cada uno de esos retos?
Yes, in terms of data, I would agree with you on those statistics. You know, the younger generation, the Gen Z, between 20 and 30 are the ones which are getting, you know, more involved. This is probably, they are more tech-driven, you know, they are the new generation, the technology age. They're also very, very highly communicative. So for each, you know, issuance, for each project, for each platform, there are hundreds of groups across, you know, various platforms. So if you want to sort of raise awareness, if you want to communicate about whatever it is, they are very, very highly communicative. And much more than any other business or any other vertical. And that sort of does reflect a lot on the industry. In terms of why more men than women, well, I can't give you an accurate answer. I would say maybe the risk factor would play a part, and maybe the fact that more men are in the tech industry than women. And in terms of adoption, obviously there's a higher adoption in certain jurisdictions for various reasons. You have certain jurisdictions, namely LATAM or Africa or India, who have not been presented with the same opportunities in terms of financial services, in terms of opportunity, you know, to invest. So namely, for example, concepts such as play to earn. You can use your skills to actually benefit and make money in the crypto space. In terms of remittance, it is cheaper and faster to send money via blockchain than it is, you know, in terms of traditional finance. In terms of borrowing and lending, excluding the ones which went down, as a concept, you can utilize your assets to actually, you know, generate an interest and a return. In terms of adoption, how we will achieve mass adoption, obviously that is a very important and big question, and there are various variables. However, I think that from a centralized finance perspective, once we have regulation from that aspect, I think we'll have more stability. And in terms of decentralized finance, once we have the major issues addressed in terms of hacks and the technology maturing, I think that will sort of self-regulate and evolve and mature in various ways as well. And as I said before, I think both centralized finance and decentralized finance are very, very, very important for different reasons. Also, in terms of user experience, so DeFi is actually quite complex, and there's a high entry to barrier right now. So it is not for everyone. You need to have some technical know-how and experience to actually access DeFi. So once that issue is solved as well, I think there will be more chances in terms of adoption from a DeFi perspective. When, I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Carlos, vemos en las noticias varios titulares, siempre a favor y en contra de todo lo que es el sistema de activos digitales. El presidente Fernández incluso mostró algunos titulares de algunos bancos grandes en Estados Unidos apoyándolo, otros no. De hecho, Bank of America creó, bueno, todos lo tienen, pero tienen un equipo que el primer statement, digamos, que publicaron fue "too big to ignore it". ¿Cómo crees tú que en sistemas aparentemente descentralizados, como lo que estamos discutiendo ahora, puede realmente empezar a participar la banca de manera activa?
Bueno, es verdad que hacen grandes declaraciones, ¿no?, que llegan a los titulares y a la prensa, pero luego, por otro lado, constituyen grandes equipos de desarrollo y de ingenieros a trabajar en ecosistemas blockchain, ¿no? Y eso yo creo que es decir una cosa y hacer otra. En general, yo creo que, como decía antes, ¿no?, tienen una oportunidad de seguir aportando confianza en un ecosistema que está perseguido por esa mala fama, como decía antes Harris. Nos enteramos de todas estas noticias y son siempre negativas: escándalos, robos, malversación, fraude. Y sin embargo, los bancos son siempre facilitadores de confianza, facilitadores tienen una gran base de clientes. Y a día de hoy, si uno quiere tener cierta exposición a criptoactivos, se tiene que ir a un proveedor que no ha oído nunca o casi nunca hablar de él, se tiene que ir a un exchange internacional probablemente, pedir, darse de alta, facilitar información y enviar dinero. Y bueno, de momento hay gente muy activa en este ecosistema, unos criptofans que están dispuestos a hacerlo y representan un porcentaje ciertamente representativo en algunos países, especialmente en aquellos donde la moneda no es muy estable, pero eso no es una adopción masiva, ¿no? Hay que contar con que no es fácil que alguien de determinada edad se abra una cuenta en Binance para comprar Bitcoin, ¿no? Pues es algo que no es habitual. Sin embargo, los bancos ahí tienen un rol, es el proveedor de confianza de la mayoría de la población y sí que pueden facilitar ese tipo de acceso y hacer negocio con ello, ¿no? Y eso es algo que yo creo que es interesante. Y luego, desde la perspectiva de país, y yo creo que hay que dar el entorno de pruebas para que los bancos puedan jugar con ello, ¿no? Yo creo que hay que dar los pasos con mucho cuidado y que un buen mecanismo que se está utilizando en otras jurisdicciones es establecer ese banco de pruebas donde se establece un diálogo constructivo que permite innovar a la banca de la mano del regulador y supervisor, ¿no? E ir aprendiendo juntos en todo este ecosistema que es realmente disruptivo y que realmente va a cambiar la manera en la que funcionan los mercados de capitales, pero de la mano y no simplemente prohibiendo o aprobando determinadas iniciativas, sino colaborar en el sector público con el privado mediante iniciativas de sandbox. Yo creo que eso es muy interesante para los bancos.
Sí, definitivamente. Recientemente vi una noticia también, ahora que tú mencionas el tema de hacer algún tipo de piloto, que en Colombia, Bancolombia estuvo haciendo un ejercicio piloto junto con la Superintendencia de Bancos en Colombia y con una cartera específica de clientes, que ellos lo segmentaron y decidieron empezar a hacerlo, y creo que con Bitcoin solamente como inversión, ya en este caso como inversión. Tu comentario también me recuerda un cuento que me hicieron hace mucho tiempo, en el que alguien salió a vender zapatos a un país que cuando llegó se encontró que todo el mundo estaba descalzo y se devuelve y le dice a su jefe: mira, allá nadie usa zapatos, y el jefe le responde: bueno, pero esa es la oportunidad precisamente, nadie tiene zapatos. Entonces, atando eso al comentario que hacía Justin, yo creo que creo que aquí lo importante es cómo, más que lo importante, el reto dentro de lo que es las finanzas descentralizadas es cómo se hace más friendly, más amigable al usuario final, cómo lo logra hacer, porque como bien tú comentabas, o sea, no no es tan fácil. O sea, no es tan fácil tú explicarle a alguien que haga yield farming o que haga transacciones en una plataforma de finanzas descentralizadas si no tiene el conocimiento o algún tipo de background, incluso técnico en algunos casos. Y definitivamente eso es un reto para la adopción masiva en este caso. Bueno, yo quiero hacer una pregunta a Charis también, no sé qué tiempo nos queda, pero creo que tenemos tiempo. Y básicamente, Charis, uno de los temas que más aleja a los inversionistas, al público en general, es la falta de claridad en la regulación, ya eso lo comentábamos antes. En países como Francia, Suiza y Alemania, y también lo comentaba en mi introducción, fueron muy generales en el esclarecimiento de las leyes y las regulaciones alrededor del blockchain. En vez de aprobar una moneda en particular, por ejemplo, se refieren a registros contables o activos digitales registrados en bases de datos distribuidas. ¿Cómo crees tú que deberíamos abordar estos temas en países como los nuestros o en América Latina en sentido general?
Thank you for the question. To put this in a context, we should bear in mind that every single country that rushed to regulate crypto space in their own jurisdiction, they did that for a number of reasons. Not just to make sure that they will avoid problems, but at the same time, in order to become more attractive to the crypto market. My friend Justine is here. She's coming from Malta. Malta was very proactive. They introduced a legal framework, and they managed literally in a few days to attract the attention of major players in the crypto market. The same happened with other jurisdictions in Europe, in Asia, and I refer specifically about Singapore, Japan, then moving to Europe. Of course, you mentioned Switzerland. It is also the European Union now that whatever they're going to decide is going to have effect in 27 countries. So that's very important in terms of the size of the market. And of course, we have the US following the same route. And the question is, where are we going? From a regulatory perspective, as I mentioned before, the clear message that we take so far is that regulators are entering this market treating crypto as something which is challenging, at least, if not bad. And that's why they need to intervene in order to protect us from the bad effects of this crypto thing. I heard in the morning that governments, the government in the US, the governments in other countries, they are considering seriously the risks associated with crypto. So they pretty much try to figure out the red flags that are associated with crypto, which is a good thing, of course, all right? And you should do this. But I have to tell you that I'm dealing with this market, and I'm speaking about regulation even before we have any regulation in crypto market. And I have never heard anyone saying how we should regulate to benefit from crypto. You know, I mean, that tells a lot, and it gives the messages to all of us that it's like we are doing something wrong and we should be careful. That's the message I get. When the European Union, for example, the first ever piece of legislation that we have seen in the European Union, it was placed under the umbrella of money laundering. which is something that tells that be careful of this thing, and you are becoming obliged entities, meaning that you should start thinking of having the infrastructure to apply proper know your client policies when we have the onboarding process of new clients, apply transaction monitoring, transaction crypto monitoring, and all the relevant things that we see in the traditional financial system, which end up in suggesting that it is not only know your crypto client that we should bear in mind, but at the same time, we should know that we should report your crypto client. And I need to, and that is my final comment in your question, we should all understand and we should all bear in mind that even countries that they were a sort of more proactive than others in the crypto market, and I refer particularly to Switzerland, which was a jurisdiction that indeed they were very, very positive in the crypto space. Recently, they decided that they will apply criteria that go even beyond the standards of the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF. When it comes to FATF, there is the usual $10,000 or 10,000 euro threshold to report transactions, right? When Switzerland, and they feel happy for doing this, they said that we start from zero, from one. So everything is reported. And that shows, of course, that it is not a matter of picking up the right jurisdiction. Every single jurisdiction that decided to address those things and legislate, they follow pretty much the same standards.
Thank you very much, Charles. Máximo, cuando hablamos de activos digitales, y lo comentábamos ahorita también, la gente inmediatamente piensa solamente en criptomonedas. Sin embargo, escuchar tu exposición también al principio, nos damos cuenta de que va un poco más allá y hablamos de tokenizar acciones de empresas, por ejemplo, título de propiedad de bienes inmuebles, cómo sería que yo pueda transferir, digamos, ese título de propiedad de un apartamento, de una casa, de un lote. Teniendo un espectro tan amplio en todo este tema, de nuevo, no concentrarnos solamente en cryptocurrency, sino en todo lo que implica, digamos, detrás la tecnología, ¿por dónde tú recomendarías que nosotros comencemos como país? ¿Dónde tendría más impacto, sobre todo en la implementación de blockchain desde el punto de vista de políticas públicas que impacten masivamente al final a una gran parte de la población? Por otro lado, son dos preguntas en una quizás, sabemos que uno de los argumentos que se esgrimen contra el cripto es la facilidad con la cual se lava dinero. Algunos de ustedes ya han abordado ese tema también. Y recientemente Charles Hoskinson, el fundador de Cardano, fue al Congreso de los Estados Unidos y dio una explicación bastante interesante sobre la transparencia que existe dentro del blockchain y la integridad de la información que se puede encontrar ahí dentro. ¿Tú puedes comentarnos un poco sobre eso, por favor?
Yeah, I liked your last mention about transparency, and I'm going to make a comment regarding tokenization. I remember in the old days when I was working in the city of London, there was this difference between accredited investors and retail investors. Accredited investors are the top investment banks or anybody that has a net worth of more than $200,000. And they usually have a team of analysts, top-rated analysts that work and try to analyze the companies to see whether it's worthwhile to invest it or not. Now, these guys had all the advantages in a not transparent way, because from one side, they were able to see whether a company was good or not, but also before the IPO, they had a set price that was much lower than the initial price in the market. So let's say that I'm floating a share that is worth, the set price is $100. They were getting the same share for $70. When the IPO was starting, the price was shooting up to 130 or 140 because there was a pump up of the share, and they were selling the share at 140. When the retail investors got in and buying the share at 140, the price was going down to around 90 or 100. And so the retail investors were losing money while the top investment banks were making money. So this looks like a pump and dump scheme that is happening right now with crypto, and the old finance was doing that. This is the old day way of doing finance. Now, with tokenization, everybody is on the equal footing. I, myself, and Merrill Lynch get the same price. So if you tell me that this is not a transparent way, compared with the old finance, I would say that you're saying a lie, because we get the same price, and if the price goes up, I take advantage the same way as Merrill Lynch or Goldman Sachs is doing it. This is why I give a lot of respect to tokenization. Also, blockchain is not only crypto. He started with crypto, but then he went in all the other sectors. And for me, as a former United Nations global expert, I look a lot of applications for the implementation of sustainable development goals. So that means that there is a social impact, financial inclusion impact that is quite positive. That is why governments look at the blockchain applications other than finance in a positive way. So then, of course, there are some other aspects that we discussed yesterday about metaverse as well that are quite positive, because they use the cryptocurrencies to implement the purchase of NFTs, for instance. All these new financial tools were not available in the past, and they were in a sort of monopoly of the old finance. So I would be quite positive on the prospects of the crypto world if we regulate it. We have some representatives of the United States and some other governments. They have to take action in a fair way, in a way to respect and have an equal footing for me as a retail investor and the top investors, but at the same time, they have to give transparency to this market in a way that nobody takes advantage of it.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Thank you. Y bueno, con esta última participación de Máximo, quiero despedir a nuestro panel, excelente panel. Yo creo que hay unas conclusiones bien interesantes aquí. La primera, obviamente hay una oportunidad que tenemos que explorar, que tenemos que entender mejor. Hay retos que vencer, sin ninguna duda, como en todas las disrupciones e innovaciones que surgen de este tipo, y que creemos nosotros que con educación, venciendo, digamos, esas barreras a través de procesos o casos de usos reales, donde se vea el beneficio real de todo esto, pues sin ninguna duda se va a empezar a hacer una muy buena adopción masiva. Quiero un aplauso para mi panel, grande. y darle las gracias por haber venido de tan lejos a compartir con nosotros su experiencia en todo esto. Muchas gracias a ustedes también.
Y gracias a ti, José Frank, por la moderación. Como parte de nuestros objetivos aquí dentro del foro es la búsqueda de soluciones a problemas reales que tenemos y creo que el contenido de este panel pues nos ha ayudado a orientarnos en ese sentido. Ya nuestro último panel antes del almuerzo, aquí tendremos la oportunidad de aterrizar directamente en la República Dominicana con el caso de los activos digitales. Y para ello vamos a invitar al escenario al señor Raymond Ratti Beato, director de Digitalia Crypto Ventures. También vamos a llamar en representación del NAP del Caribe a su presidenta, María Gualesca Álvarez, a Miguel Ángel Adames, en nombre de la Asociación Dominicana de Empresas de Fintech, AdoFintech, a Sobieski Naut, el gerente de Economía Digital de la Asociación de Bancos Comerciales de la República Dominicana, y también a Cristian Pichardo, cofundador y CEO de Medio. A todos ellos le damos la bienvenida para analizar ahora el caso de la República Dominicana.
Good afternoon. ¿Todo bien? So today, the panel that we are going to be discussing is digital assets in the Dominican Republic, okay? We have to recognize that Dominican Republic is one of the leaders in digital adoption and development within its financial system in the Caribbean and perhaps in Latin America. This is, of course, in the fintech aspect because we still have a long way to go within our regulatory framework. So it is great that we have policymakers and public officials in this room so that they can become aware of the great things that Maria, Miguel, Sobieski, Christian, Evan, and many of us are doing locally and internationally. And yes, we are certain that when President Fernández is elected, more initiatives like Foro Global will continue to happen. Please also join me in thanking Funglode and the organizing team, Marco, Yarima, Nathanael, Cesar, and everyone that has made this forum a possibility. I want to share some general case studies of what is happening globally and what some cities are doing in the crypto industry. Tallinn in Estonia has positioned itself as a city that attracts companies to set their operations due to their local technical talent. Zug in Switzerland is the canton with the least tax on crypto businesses and provides a clear and regulatory framework to do business. Cardano and other successful crypto projects are based in Zug. Their Crypto Valley hosts one of the most prestigious forums in Europe that attracts talent and investors from all over the world. I am personally based in Dubai for the past 11 years, and for the past 4, Dubai has become the hotspot for companies and entrepreneurs to set up their marketing and operations for all the projects that they're doing. Now, sometimes in Dubai, you have even 8 projects being launched daily. So that tells you how the industry is so vibrant and exciting over there. We also know about Miami as a city and, of course, what President Bukele is doing in El Salvador. That needs no introduction. Basically, I'm highlighting those examples because all of them have a common denominator from where we are here in the Dominican Republic and what we can build on. It seems that the successes of these cities relies on the ecosystems and the clear framework that they are providing to companies and investors. With these two, talent and funding is easier to come. And once you have able people, clear rules of the game, and funding, the sky is the beginning, not the limit. To get things going, please note that digital assets are not only cryptocurrencies. A document, a video, spreadsheets are also digital assets. In order to go deeper into the industry and learn more about digital assets in the Dominican Republic, we have saved the best panel for last. We saved the best panel, so, They will be sharing their insights with all of us, and we will continue to go into examples and details of what is happening here in the Dominican Republic, and then we proceed with some Q&As and go forward from there. Okay? So the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que esto es un foro que dicta el por qué República Dominicana ha sido un early adopter precisamente en tecnología, no solamente cuando hablamos de activos digitales. República Dominicana históricamente no solo es un país que debe de reconocerse por las playas que hoy tenemos aquí a la vista, sino porque República Dominicana ha liderado muchos procesos de adopción tecnológica, siendo, por ejemplo, el primer país de las Américas fuera del territorio norteamericano en adoptar los sistemas celulares. El primer país del territorio de todas las Américas fuera de los Estados Unidos en los sistemas de fibra más avanzadas. Fue uno de los primeros en posicionar operaciones tecnológicas de alto nivel, como es el caso del NAP. También ha sido uno de los pioneros en el desarrollo, por ejemplo, de tecnologías satelitales, siendo el segundo país de todas las Américas en hoy tener tecnología satelital conectada con todo lo que es Space y Starlink. Así que hemos sido definitivamente unos early adopters en tecnología. ¿Dónde estamos en este momento? Y creo que son elementos que me gustaría compartir antes de entrar en el detalle de los activos digitales. República Dominicana tiene una muy buena agenda digital pensada para lo que van a ser los próximos 10 años, que traza esa ruta crítica que debe de seguir el país en todo lo que es la adopción e implementación de estas tecnologías disruptivas. De hecho, recientemente República Dominicana fue reconocida por las Naciones Unidas como la mejor agenda digital que genera un ambiente y un ecosistema apropiado para el desarrollo y la implementación de estas tecnologías. El reto ahora es implementarlas. Ya yendo un poco más directo al tema de los activos digitales, oficialmente las autoridades de la República Dominicana se han pronunciado rigurosamente en indicar que las criptomonedas no es una moneda reconocida en el territorio dominicano, así como lo han hecho múltiples estados, y que no tiene un respaldo legal para lo que es garantizar la protección de los usuarios. A pesar de esto, cuando nosotros vemos lo que ha ocurrido en los últimos 2 años, como país, hemos sido de los países que más ha crecido en la adopción y en el uso de transacciones con criptomonedas. Entonces creo que como país nuevamente estamos marcando esa tendencia de ser early adopters en tecnologías que hoy están en discusión en el mundo. A mí particularmente no me gusta hablar del futuro, yo creo que hoy ya somos irreversiblemente digitales y de lo que se trata es, sí, al igual que otras naciones, de construir el ecosistema y sobre todo las reglas claras que deben de un poco reorganizar la forma en que hoy estamos ya usando activos digitales en el país.
Con esa respuesta ya creo que todos estamos en contexto, ¿no? Evan, if you want, you can jump in and share with us your perspective because you're coming from a different angle.
Great to be here. Thank you everybody for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been coming to DR for many, many years now, and I have been trying to push forward the movement of blockchain and cryptocurrencies also here and everywhere else I've been going. My question today is to ask you, can you afford not to accept and not to regulate digital currencies and digital assets? Our life as we know it today is going completely digital, from work, from factories to laptops, from boardrooms to Zoom calls, from identity. What matters more, how you look like on Instagram or how you look like in your real life? Your stories are your personal billboard to the world. Friends, we meet more people online than we meet our neighbors. Where do you find like-minded people? You find them on Reddit, you find them on social media. Work, friends, even games. More kids play Fortnite, which is a mobile game, than kids play basketball and football combined. So we are already seeing this massive move towards digital happening all over the space. And now with crypto and with digital assets, your assets are also online. Bored apes, which are basically NFTs, are the new Rolexes. In-game skins, weapons are the new skinny jeans. So with crypto, our assets are going digital. And what we are seeing is, also on a global scale, our attention is being sucked from the physical to the digital. What we have seen in the past, 100% of our attention was in the physical world. But then came TVs. That took down our attention to 80% on the physical and 20% on the digital. Then came computers. That took even more, sucked more attention. 60% on the physical and then 40% on the digital. Then came iPhones and smartphones. Half of you guys are on your phone right now. So attention is being sucked from the digital to the physical. Wherever our attention goes, that's where our energy goes. And sooner or later, what's going to happen is, and I was already having a Google Glass in 2012, where there's a screen in front of my eyes, and I could always be in the digital and the physical present. So when we are living in this world, we don't really have a choice to not accept and to not regulate. And if you don't regulate, what you see is, you see things like Celsius, one of the other speakers before were me talking about how scams happen, how the public doesn't get the best information. So for me, I think we are living in this metaverse, which is, the metaverse for me is, the definition is when our digital life matters more to us than our physical life. And we are slowly progressing towards this sort of a lifestyle where people care more about how they look digitally and how they live in the digital life. I come from a country, India, where there's over 1 billion people who make less than $500 a month. So for people like, and I think there's a very big part of Dominican that also matches the same kind of subset. And when you want to cater to people like this, you understand that digital living gives them a lot of benefits. I'm very blessed and very fortunate to have traveled to over 60 countries and have a very grateful life. I can travel around, and I'm blessed to know that, and I think the same applies for a lot of people in this room. But majority of the world does not have this opportunity. They don't have this benefit. For them, the metaverse and digital assets brings in an opportunity to distribute power back to them. There's finally a way to distribute governance where the more people have a say in how they're governed. There's finally a way to distribute power and finally a way to redistribute wealth. And we're seeing this in a lot of ways happening in different countries that I think sooner or later will happen in countries like India, Dominican, all the developing countries. And Philippines is a great example, for example, of play-to earn games, where kids from 5 years of age to 50-year-old grandmas are playing games on their mobile where they're earning digital assets. And then they can sell these digital assets to other players around the world. So somebody in Philippines can play 8 hours a day and earn a weapon or a skin in the game in Axie Infinity, and then he can sell this to somebody in America who just signs up and doesn't care about spending $20 to advance and accelerate his growth. But $20 is a lot of money for a daily wage worker in Philippines. So when you see of application, this is just one simple application. You can apply this in Learn to Earn, how you earn digital assets when you're motivated to learn. I was yesterday at the pre-event networking dinner talking with one of the other speakers, Alexander, who talked to me about his idea of how he is incentivizing people to pick up trash and deposit that back to the government or back to the authorities and earn assets in exchange. So there's many different ways to tokenize systems and governance, and that's the most exciting part about what blockchain brings to us and what Bitcoin has given us. For a business to be successful, there's 3 stakeholders normally involved. Is the user of the business, is the manager of the business, and the owner of the business. until in the current world, what we have seen is all the stakeholders want different things. The owner wants the most money for the least amount of work. The user wants the best product by paying the cheapest. And the manager wants to keep everybody happy. But what happens when you tokenize a business? When you tokenize a business, you align incentives. You make the user a part manager and a part owner. And blockchain allows us to do that. I mean, there's finally a way to decentralize governance in a way. So let me give you a very simple example. So there's two telecom companies that I know of, and there's probably more in DR, like Viva or Claro, right? So if somebody comes and asks me what's the best telecom company to use here, I will just say, I don't know, I'm just going to keep using AT&T, which works fine. But if Viva and Claro came out with their token, and then you were able to buy that token, and you were able to get a claim in the revenue of how much they make in their annual profits, next time somebody asks you, you will say, buy this Viva, because you have that token now, and you're a part owner of the business. So you automatically start promoting that business. And then, let's say Viva makes X amount of pesos in a year, and you as a token holder have a right to say, hey, invest that money in building satellite or invest that money in building in-ground fiber. So you decide as the owner, a part owner, and you decentralize that governance, and that's when you see maximum growth in businesses and maximum growth in governance is you see exponential growth. And that's the most exciting part to me about blockchain. That's my question here. Can Dominican Republic afford not to digitize and regulate its digital assets?
Thank you, Evan. Ahora el señor Adames nos va a explicar un poco del trabajo de AdoFintech y qué está haciendo aquí en el país para desarrollar la industria.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. AdoFintech, Asociación de Empresas de Tecnología Financiera. AdoFintech es una asociación que fundó apenas 4 años con 12 emprendedores. Ya hoy somos 127, de los cuales reúne a 54 fintech. Son la mejor tecnología existente en tecnología financiera en República Dominicana. República Dominicana, María Gualeca quedó corta cuando mencionaba de los grandes avances que tenemos en tecnología. Realmente se sorprenderían de la tecnología que posee Dominicana. Inteligencia artificial, onboarding. En todas las ramas tenemos facilidades y herramientas que facilitan los procesos tradicionalmente financieros. Si bien el Banco Central en varios comunicados ha dejado bien claro que las monedas virtuales no están reguladas y que por eso no carece de las garantías del Estado, también es claro de que está una prohibición a las entidades financieras. Las fintech, como tecnología financiera, realizan operaciones financieras de modo privado, no son entidades financieras. Hago esa aclaración. Y de hecho, no es que se manejan en un gris. La fintech, obligatoriamente, sin importar la vertical a la que pertenezca, debe de sustentarse de la estructura bancaria. Si hoy en día ellos realizan de manera independiente operaciones financieras, capital privado, bajo sus regulaciones, todas tienen una regulación en particular en cuanto a temas privados. Para lending, para créditos digitales, en factoring, confirming, todas las verticales en el sentido financiero, insurtech, para no quedar con... Nosotros tenemos, en AdoFintech tenemos 12 verticales que hemos identificado que tocan el sector financiero. Si bien, como mencioné, no están reguladas, es por ello que en AdoFintech tenemos el rol de velar de que esas entidades y esas fintech, principalmente las que se afilian a la asociación, cumplan con las normativas establecidas, cumplan con un debido onboarding digital y principalmente que cumplan un sinnúmero de garantías para el usuario. Cuando hablo de garantía en cuanto a su uso. Entonces, procuramos de que eso, de nosotros poder proveerle herramientas, hablar por el sector, velar por el sector, y de hecho ya hemos dado muestra de que somos una voz. Participamos en las modificaciones del Código Monetario, en varias entidades. Los reguladores nos han tomado bastante en cuenta. La fintech como tal vinieron para quedarse. No es algo dominicano, es algo regional, global. De hecho, aquí hay fintech que tienen 15 años existiendo. El tema fintech solamente nosotros lo venimos escuchando hace unos 5 o 7 años, el 2017 para acá, más de forma enfática. Pero aquí hay fintech que tienen 15 años operando y operando a través de bancos. ¿Cómo ven los bancos a las fintech? Gracias a Dios, en nuestro país, la banca ha visto a la fintech como un aliado, una oportunidad, una oportunidad de ver qué tecnología puedo aprovechar, a diferencia de otros países. Hago la salvedad. Y eso ha ayudado bastante a establecer o a dinamizar el sector. Se ha dado mucha integración entre fintech, banco, donde utilizan la misma tecnología, no tienen que desarrollarla, ya simplemente la adquieren, la rentan, o como decimos un buen dominicano, le echan maíz a esos emprendimientos para desarrollarlo y luego usufructuarlo. En tema de Bitcoin o moneda virtual, nosotros en Adofinte somos o nos categorizamos por ser criptoparciales, en el sentido de que nosotros amamos la tecnología blockchain. Sin embargo, esa es la que queremos promover. Debemos entender, en el sentido dominicano, que la criptomoneda es un producto del blockchain, es una categoría de la tecnología blockchain, es decir, que utiliza blockchain. Pero el blockchain es lo que nos da la magia para la desmaterialización de los activos. Principalmente, lo más fácil de materializar son las cuentas empresariales, la parte comercial. Entonces, a ese que nosotros apostamos, al blockchain. Y obvio que las plataformas que ofrecen servicios de criptomonedas son fintech y debemos velar por ellas. Nosotros hemos identificado en el país 5 empresas que trabajan con el sector de criptomonedas. Sabemos que hay más y sabemos que siguen incrementando. También conocemos de algunas minerías pequeñas, pero de esas 5 empresas, 2 pertenecen a Adofinte, que es Big Latam y Bitcoin RD. Ambas con una estructura idónea en cuanto a onboarding y manejo de sus operaciones, dedicada al exchange, simplemente para facilitar la compra y venta entre usuarios. Y para las emisiones de cajeros automáticos, hemos identificado 15, la mayoría en la zona este, para convertir la moneda a moneda fiat.
Ya que usted menciona eso, y es muy importante resaltar que ese trabajo que está haciendo Adofintech aquí en Dominicana hoy en día es básicamente el mismo que están haciendo o que hizo The Crypto Valley Association en Switzerland. Y ellos literalmente han creado un ecosistema donde ya hay empresas como Tesos, como Cardano y muchísimas otras que lo que siguen atrayendo mucho talento a esa pequeña ciudad, más inversores, más empresas, más de todo. Entonces, ese trabajo es imprescindible para que la industria siga creciendo.
Sí, y de hecho, la mesa de créditos digitales y la mesa de regulación de Adofinte está dando seguimiento a un sello de confianza que ha implementado la Asociación de Colombia, el cual ha tenido tiene la particularidad de dar ese sello, ese check a esas fintech principalmente para el usuario, de cara al usuario. Estamos estudiando esa posibilidad, no podemos certificar ninguna fintech todavía, pero ahí iremos. También estamos dando mucho seguimiento a lo que están haciendo en la región, principalmente con el sambo de criptomonedas que ha implementado la Superintendencia Financiera de Colombia. Es decir, que estamos atentos a lo que sucede en la región para traerlo o implementarlo en la República Dominicana. Reiterando, Adofinte es la cuna donde convergen toda la tecnología financiera de la República Dominicana. Estamos apoyando y somos la voz de esas fintech y trabajamos de cara con los reguladores a apoyar ciertas normativas que dinamicen el sector. Y algo para concluir, en cuanto a temas regulatorios, incluso las fintech de criptomoneda desean, no han expresado el deseo de que exista cierta regulación para ellos, simplemente para que le aperture ciertos procesos y relación con la banca y con sus usuarios. Entendemos que puede ser oportuno, entiendo que los reguladores están haciendo su trabajo, por fin la primera vez que se ve en una normativa de la Superintendencia de Banco hablando de criptoactivos, es ahora una que se hizo recientemente, pero todo eso viene arrastrando desde 2002 cuando se implementó la ley 126 sobre comercio electrónico, que la idea es actualizarla. Hay algo muy importante que quiero dejar al empresariado dominicano. La diferencia entre criptomoneda, criptoactivo, es decir, como dice ahorita, la criptomoneda es un producto del blockchain. Hoy en día, los empresarios dominicanos pueden tener acceso a poder desmaterializar a través de fintech, poder desmaterializar sus activos corrientes, hacer tesorería con sus pasivos y capitalizar su empresa con sus activos corrientes. Sin contar de que ya República Dominicana va a ser el primero de la región en tirar el primer fideicomiso electrónico. Al igual que lo que son los contratos electrónicos, contratos digitales, República Dominicana lo está haciendo desde el 2008, mucho primero que la región del Caribe y Centroamérica. Quería dejar ese punto bien claro, porque realmente para de cara a los empresarios tengan un acercamiento al tema Adofinte, consúltenlo, vean qué oportunidades hay de capitalizar y utilizar las herramientas a nivel monetario.
Y otra cosa, señores,
I want to correct one important point. Blockchain is a product of Bitcoin. It's not that cryptocurrencies gave us blockchain or cryptocurrency is a subset of blockchain. It's the opposite. The idea of blockchain came from Bitcoin. And it's amazing that the fintech organizations, the banks are trying to work with Bitcoin now, but let's not forget, our Honorable President just also mentioned, Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan originally called Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies scam and fraud. They tried to stop the industry, but they couldn't. They realized that they couldn't stop the technical progress, and that's when they flipped. And now they are supporting the Bitcoin movement, and now they're supporting the blockchain movement because they realize they can make money from it. But let's not forget one very, very important thing. The white paper of Bitcoin, the title is peer-to-peer, peer-to-peer. That means trust between one to another person. It means removing trust from an entity like a bank altogether. It means removing the whole business of banks. Now, it's very important why we need to do that. We're not going to reach that eventually, I understand that. We're going to move from a very, very centralized world where everything is governed in a centralized manner. But it's going to move from centralized to semi-centralized, where we are going now, where we have fintech products coming in, and they're getting people adopted. And eventually, the goal is, which is going to happen sooner or later, because you cannot stop technical progress, you can only delay it, is that we will have a pure peer-to-peer system where we don't need banks. And that's what we saw with the Celsius fiasco, where Celsius couldn't not pay back the loans of all the DeFi protocols. It had to pay those loans first, but it refused to pay back the loans of all the centralized banks and entities it took loans from. If you look at a very important point, I can walk into most banks and get a loan very easily, but my chef or my driver can't do that. I don't need a loan today. They are the ones who need a loan to grow. Why is this the problem? And this is not just Dominican Republic, it's globally. It's because the centralized institution and banks have become quite corrupt, to say the least. The idea of Bitcoin was born after the 2008 financial crisis, where the banks had to be bailed out. So when we talk about having this discussion of how it's amazing that the fintechs are embracing digital assets, we cannot forget that less than a few years ago, they were calling it a scam. Now they're embracing it to find a business out of it. But don't forget the main goal is a peer-to-peer trust. If I trust you and you trust her and she trusts me, we can trust each other. We don't need a central authority to transact. That's the main idea behind it, because I have to sorry to correct you, but blockchain came from Bitcoin, and now it's a technology. How you apply it is up to you. But blockchain did not give us cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin gave us blockchain.
I actually have to categorically disagree with you because blockchain came way before. It just happened that Bitcoin made it popular, and that's how it started. But now, tenemos que movernos a la próxima presentación de nuestro amigo Sobieski, que nos va a hablar un poco de lo que está haciendo en la Asociación de Bancos Comerciales aquí en Dominicana.
Muy buenas tardes. Desde la Asociación de Bancos Múltiples representamos el interés de los bancos de la República Dominicana y el 88% de todos los activos del sistema financiero. Lejos de nosotros ver el tema de activos digitales solamente del lado de criptomonedas, lo vemos como una oportunidad para fomentar la inclusión de 5 millones de dominicanos que no tienen acceso a servicios financieros. Y lo vemos como una oportunidad en múltiples formas. Imaginemos un sistema descentralizado de criptoactivos que, como mencionaban ahorita, con la data de las personas, le da acceso a financiamiento como garantías para microempresarios o para microemprendedores que tradicionalmente no han tenido acceso. O imaginemos, por ejemplo, un sistema donde a través de criptoactivos le damos acceso a leasing, a opciones de leasing. Y esto lo vemos haciéndolo cooperando entre la banca y empresas fintech. Y por eso desde la Asociación de Bancos hemos firmado un acuerdo con Ado Fintech y somos la primera asociación de bancos de la región que lo hace. Hoy más que nunca nosotros vemos este tema de la transformación digital de los criptoactivos en sentido general como una oportunidad de ampliar el valor del mercado en vez de competir. Estamos en un momento crítico para atraer gente que nunca se ha bancarizado en la historia de la República Dominicana y ampliar el mercado con una cuota de mercado para todos y para todas. Hay un par de datos súper interesantes que nos trae Mastercard en su último Payment Index. Nos dice, mira, 45% de los consumidores dominicanos estarían dispuestos a invertir en criptoactivos si contaran con un respaldo de un banco, por ejemplo.
Pero y el conocimiento también.
Y ahí vamos. Otro un poco más, un 55-60% habla de acceso a conocimiento. Necesita conocer más, necesita tener más información. Por eso a nosotros nos importa mucho el ecosistema. Construir eventos como este y como otros, donde el ecosistema crezca y más personas puedan dar información sobre criptoactivos, creo que contribuye al ambiente en sentido general y a la inclusión. Y esa visión la hemos llevado un poco más allá porque vemos la banca más allá del retorno de la inversión. Lo vemos como un brazo para fomentar la inclusión social. Y este tema de los criptoactivos son una base crítica importantísima para nosotros para incluir cada vez a más y a más gente que tradicionalmente no ha tenido acceso a servicios financieros ni a ningún tipo de servicio que se presten en la economía digital. Y es por eso que desde la Asociación de Bancos ahora en septiembre estamos organizando 2 eventos importantes. Justamente el tema central es cómo la banca se viene transformando y cómo los diferentes actores van a jugar un rol importante en ese proceso de transformación de la banca. Cómo el banco puede hacer una alianza con fintech, cómo se benefician las microempresas, cómo se benefician los emprendedores y cómo todo esto pasa a ser un ambiente de colaboración entre todos los socios que genera valor para la banca, que genera valor para el nuevo mercado y que genera valor para la sociedad en su conjunto.
Sobieski, yo tengo una preguntita puntual. Tú conoces muy bien del banco Revolut en Europa, un banco comercial que es totalmente digital. O sea, no hay que ir a una sucursal, no hay que hacer fila, no hay que pasar trabajo. O sea, es un banco totalmente digital. ¿Cuándo vamos a tener aquí en República Dominicana el primer banco múltiple, digital, con todo?
Yo creo que la banca viene viendo lo que está pasando alrededor del mundo y pienso que los diferentes jugadores, los diferentes bancos ya están apostando a eso. Creo que próximamente veremos un primer banco digital en la República Dominicana. Obviamente hay aspectos de la regulación que tenemos que seguir trabajando como sector. Y ahí te hablo de dos cosas muy puntuales. Ley de crímenes y delitos de alta tecnología, ley de protección de datos personales. Tenemos que seguir apostando a fortalecer y a robustecer el sistema. ¿Para qué? Para fomentar lo que hablamos ahorita de la confianza. Es crítico que los consumidores confíen en esto. Y mientras más lo hagan, mejores negocios vamos a hacer en la República Dominicana.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, Cristian.
Muchas gracias. ¿Se oye?
Sí, sí.
Bueno, déjame conectar con la pregunta que acabas de hacer a Sobieski y vamos a tratar de conectar y compartir un poquito lo que está pasando en el mercado dominicano.
Pero por favor, nos tiene que mencionar un poco del colmado a la nube, porque queremos saber.
Vamos a hablar de eso también un poquito. Cuando pensamos en la evolución de las finanzas y lo mezclamos con la oportunidad que da la tecnología, y a esa pregunta que tú hacías de cuándo puede venir el primer banco digital, República Dominicana está pasando por un proceso de evolución positivo. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Recientemente, hace unos 18 meses, en enero del año 2021, el Banco Central modificó el reglamento del sistema de pagos. ¿Por qué es importante esto? Porque con esa modificación, entre otras cosas, se creó lo que se llama la entidad de pago electrónico. No es un banco, pero es una entidad financiera que permite abrir cuentas de pago electrónico directamente, sin la necesidad de un banco, a personas y a pequeños comercios. Con esto también se creó lo que se llama la credencial de marca o la credencial de pago. ¿Y qué es importante de esto? Y en alineamiento con este foro, que el Banco Central define en ese reglamento la credencial de pago como un código o una numeración única electrónica que permite hacer transacciones financieras y que está asociada a una cuenta de pago electrónico, la cual define como una unidad de valor que se puede considerar dinero electrónico. ¿Qué quiere decir todo esto? Que con la introducción de ese nuevo reglamento, la creación de la entidad de pago electrónico independiente sin necesidad de un banco, con cuenta de liquidación directa en Banco Central, y que actualmente también se aboca el Banco Central a la revisión del instructivo del sistema de liquidación instantánea LBTR, donde las entidades de pago electrónico van a poder compensar y transar en forma instantánea directamente con cuenta en Banco Central, se crea a través de la tecnología esta evolución de las finanzas que estamos viendo en este foro. Como hablamos al inicio y a lo largo del día de ayer y de hoy, cuando consideramos elementos de un activo digital, fundamentalmente quisiera poner 3 elementos. El primero, que esté resguardado de una forma electrónica, digamos en la nube. El segundo, que tenga un identificador único. Y el tercero, que tenga una forma de autenticación para accesarlo. Y precisamente a través de la cuenta de pago electrónico, eso es lo que se puede hacer con una cuenta digital que se puede aperturar en una forma totalmente remota, sin necesidad de ir a una sucursal de cualquier institución financiera, sin necesidad de firmar papeles físicos, con una autenticación biométrica basada en blockchain, con un SDK que se integra a la aplicación y que permite incluir y bancarizar. República Dominicana hoy día tiene más de 5 millones de ciudadanos no bancarizados. De los bancarizados hay 1.5 millones de dominicanos que se estima que transaccionan en efectivo, yendo a un cajero automático y sacando el efectivo. Hay alrededor de 420,000 MIPYMES y más de 1 millón de emprendedores con actividad comercial que no aceptan medios de pago electrónicos. Solamente hay alrededor de 70,000 comercios y 100,000 puntos de ventas en República Dominicana que aceptan pagos con tarjeta. Y sin embargo, el mercado representó el año pasado 420,000 millones en volumen transado en estas tarjetas. Por último, ya no se habla del término tarjeta, porque cuando hablamos de la credencial de pago, y como yo decía al principio, es una numeración, es un identificador único, ya todo eso a través de un celular se tokeniza y se convierte automáticamente en una forma electrónica de pago con un activo virtual. República Dominicana cuenta con 9 millones de líneas celulares, 6 millones de líneas de internet móvil y tenemos toda la oportunidad por delante de nosotros.
¿Y del colmado a la nube?
Bueno, del colmado a la nube, esa es una frase que realmente hay que atribuirse a la revista Mercado, donde básicamente el colmado significa la oportunidad de la inclusión financiera, la democratización de la adopción de los activos y los pagos digitales, y a la nube, porque ahora que llevamos todo esto a la tecnología del cloud, ¿cómo se llama? Pues todo el mundo puede tener acceso en una forma virtual y remota.
Quería seguir con el tema porque está muy interesante y preguntar, porque siempre pasa en economía en vía de desarrollo, una de las problemáticas que tenemos es el acceso a capital. Y a veces hay empresarios, hay emprendedores que quieren trabajar, quieren invertir, pero no conocen las oportunidades. No conocen, y yo entiendo que en Ado Fintech ustedes tienen vamos a decir, un conocimiento de los emprendedores que ahora mismo necesitan capital o que están trabajando en el sector financiero. Entonces, ¿cómo se podrían involucrar? ¿Cuáles oportunidades hay?
Muy buena pregunta. Realmente, la mayoría de las fintech dominicanas son de la creatividad del dominicano, que es un ser muy creativo, pero con poco dinero. Realmente en AdoFintech hacemos varios eventos al año, principalmente el Fintech Market RD, que es en julio, donde esas fintech venden sus soluciones a la banca, y al sector valores y al sector seguro. Y en noviembre que tenemos el Dominicana Fintech Forum, que por cierto este año queremos hacerlo a nivel regional, invitando a la Asociación de Guatemala y Colombia, y en él va a haber una sección para inversionistas, para aquellas fintech que quieran hacer pitch a los inversionistas ángeles que quieran aportar o enriquecerla. Pero en sentido general, las fintech son excelentes ideas, excelentes herramientas que van al sector y hacen transacciones financieras, pero de poco capital financiero. Es decir, siempre están limitadas. Por ello es que siempre la banca lo absorbe, porque realmente los bancos son los que tienen el dinero. Y para poder cubrir esa etapa, pero a través de AdoFintech tenemos un mecanismo de cómo hacerlo llegar y presentarle esas soluciones.
Muchas gracias. Hay otro tema de también suma importancia y es que aquí, bueno, hay algunas personas que todavía creen que el blockchain es una criptomoneda y no es así. Entonces el gap de conocimiento es muy, muy, muy amplio. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Para nosotros seguir desarrollando lo que se está haciendo ahora y que se haga de una manera sostenible, sin tener la necesidad de estar atrayendo otras gente que no sean dominicanas, por ejemplo acá, hay que empezar con la educación en la base, en los niños que están en la escuela, en el currículum. Entonces, vemos que usted es parte de una fundación la cual te está trabajando de la mano con este tipo de temas. No sé qué usted podría mencionar, ¿no?, de qué está pasando en esa área.
Yo creo que el tema de
promover la creación de un ecosistema digital que favorezca la adopción adecuada del tema de activos digitales y la transformación digital de la que tanto se ha hablado, yo creo que hay que abordarlo en diversas dimensiones. La primera, claramente el tema de educación, es uno de los grandes retos que yo creo que tenemos como país, no solamente nosotros, las economías emergentes. Hemos sido tímidas en cómo nos aseguramos de que estamos generando las capacidades humanas con efectivamente las competencias digitales que hoy en día está demandando el mercado. Yo estoy convencida que desde temprana edad nosotros debemos promover en los niños y niñas la programación como segundo idioma, el inglés como segundo idioma desde temprana edad. Yo creo que nosotros no podemos seguir enfocándonos en solamente, hay que repensar el modelo educativo. O sea, nosotros yo creo que como país estamos en una necesidad y no creo que sea algo ajeno a otros países de la región. Hay que modificar absolutamente la forma en cómo estamos educando a nuestros niños. Desde Educa, que es la organización a la que usted se refería, claramente nosotros estamos impulsando y promoviendo políticas públicas que realmente permitan que estamos preparando a nuestros niños para lo que es la demanda del mercado hoy en día, no nada más en la República Dominicana, en la región, en el mundo. La otra dimensión donde yo creo que el tema tiene que abordarse es que nosotros tenemos hoy en día industrias con unos niveles de madurez tecnológica de un determinado nivel, y lo hemos mencionado aquí, las entidades de intermediación financiera, las fintech, son organizaciones que han estado históricamente muy vinculadas a los desarrollos tecnológicos, otras que son nativas digitales. Sin embargo, tenemos otra dimensión que son las industrias tradicionales, aquellas que también mueven la economía de la República Dominicana, que necesariamente tienen que empezar a tener esta conversación de cómo adoptan las tecnologías como una forma de volverse más competitivos, más productivos, de cómo realmente escalan la exponibilidad del mercado. Uno de los grandes retos que tienen nuestros emprendedores es que tradicionalmente piensan en el mercado de la República Dominicana con 10 millones de habitantes. Cuando hoy la realidad es que precisamente los activos digitales, las monedas digitales, la transformación digital nos permite pensar escala. Entonces, la conversación que se tiene con las industrias que tradicionalmente hemos tenido exposición a las transformaciones digitales es una conversación diferente de la que debe de tenerse con las industrias que tradicionalmente no se han visto expuestas a este tipo de tendencias. Y luego tenemos los mitos, donde piensan que muchos de estos temas son una conversación de las grandes corporaciones, cuando precisamente entre los pequeños y los medianos hay una gran oportunidad de eficientizar costos cuando empezamos a adoptar tecnologías. Y si pensamos en que en la economía de la República Dominicana tenemos más de un 51% de informalidad económica por muchísimas razones, es donde se da la gran oportunidad de que si somos capaces de tener esta conversación, tomando en cuenta estas dimensiones, pues podemos dar una oportunidad real de dar un salto. Para concluir, yo creo que es muy importante también que no desconozcamos el tema de las desigualdades digitales que nosotros como país tenemos que enfrentar. Nosotros tenemos una capa con niveles de avances importantes y tenemos otra capa donde necesariamente hay que empezar a hablar no nada más de educación en competencias digitales, sino educación financiera, pero educación financiera no visto solamente cómo ahorrar, cómo usar una cuenta, la educación financiera que hemos tradicionalmente visto en los últimos 5 o 10 años. Aquí hay que empezar a hablar de conceptos como los que hoy en día estamos nosotros tratando en este espacio, pero a los niveles del ciudadano de a pie, del emprendedor, del pequeño empresario, del que dirige el colmado, que representa un porcentaje mayoritario de la República Dominicana. Y pongo atención en esto porque aquí, y si hablamos de educación, tenemos que cuidar de no ampliar las brechas. Cuando nosotros hablamos de brechas digitales, en realidad no son digitales, son sociales, son económicas, son de educación precisamente. Entonces, cuando traigamos estos temas de tendencias tecnológicas y hablemos de este modelo que tenemos que abordar, tenemos que cuidar en esta conversación que desde temprana edad y a todos los niveles estamos permeando estos conceptos precisamente para cuidar que en la medida que los que tienen madurez tecnológica avanzan, no nos separamos más y no ampliamos brechas con las que hoy en día tenemos que administrarnos como país y asegurarnos que en este camino de transformación tomamos las acciones para cerrar la brecha y no para ampliarla. Y finalmente yo creo que esta conversación, más que una conversación tecnológica, es una conversación económica, política, social, y donde estas políticas públicas de las que hemos hablado a lo largo de esta mañana, en el caso de la República Dominicana, aquí deben de estar sentados no los que entendemos de tecnología, sino precisamente los que inciden en esas políticas públicas y en esa regulación que van a tirar y van a atacar directamente esos sectores tradicionales que no necesariamente han estado inmersos en los procesos tecnológicos. Porque esos son los usuarios de las fintechs, de los activos digitales que se van a desarrollar, de las empresas tecnológicas. Con ellos es que hay que hablar de esas políticas públicas y que esta conversación sea más que una conversación tecnológica, porque la tecnología está ahí, una conversación de cómo realmente adoptamos la tecnología que ya existe para un bien común.
Evan, we know that you started coding when you were like 13. You were just a kid and you already knew how to code. So how was your journey? How you started doing that and how that took you to now be a millionaire?
So I think when you talk about education and technology, right? Technology and education, I think what most people fail to realize is technology as an industry grows exponentially. Most industries in the world, from restaurant, hospitality, you can think of any, they grow 20, 30% a year. They grow like linearly. Technology has a J-curve. Once you reach the J-curve, you get maximum exponential growth. You get very fast adoption. And that's why we see hundreds of percents of growth in technology companies. 2 decades ago, all the biggest companies in the world were all oil companies. Now it's all technology companies, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, you can know the names. And this has happened in a very short time. So when you talk about bringing technology into education, what unfortunately happens is most institutions can't adapt that fast. I was able to get this early success because I was very early into mobile apps. I was one of the first 100 people in the world to build apps for iPhone. And I did that out of my own interest. I went on the internet and I learned everything off the internet. The internet gives us this ability. Now, if somebody really wants to educate themselves today about how blockchain works, how digital assets work, you have all the information for free on the internet. You just have to put in the effort to go and educate yourself. Now, it's a responsibility, obviously, of the governments as a public servant to see how they can provide this education in the best way to the kids. But end of the day, I think it's very hard to do that because technology grows really, really fast. So most institutions don't get the time to even update how fast technology is growing. We are already living in a world where AI is very, very smart, but we are seeing applications come out slowly and slowly. So this is what I see. For me, I was able to learn because of the internet. I think that's true for everybody. And I invest a lot in a lot of upcoming angel entrepreneurs. I have over 500 investments in different companies and startups. And what I've come to realize is all these entrepreneurs, they are go-getters. They have the will, right? They want to learn, they go online, they educate themselves, and then they build some great tools that make the world a better place. And that's how in a capitalist society, they win. When they provide value for others, they get value back. And that's the win here. I mean, even when you talk about, you gave us the example of how Zug and Switzerland is a crypto valley and how you feel we're on the same path, but you didn't go into details. I have a company in Zug. The company doesn't have a bank account. Its Bitcoin account is the bank account for the company. You don't need to open a bank account in Switzerland now if you want to do business in Zug. You can actually open a company, say this Bitcoin account is your account. The shared capital, when you open a company, you have to put shared capital. That can be put through Bitcoin, given to the government as Bitcoin, yeah. And you can pay your taxes with Bitcoin. So that's real adoption. That's how far technology has already moved. That's how far it is. It's not that the Zug community is coming together to provide fintech products for the users. They're talking about how you can actually use it, how they're already using the technology, and they've already removed banks from the picture. You don't need a bank account in Switzerland and Zug. You can do everything with Bitcoin, from your share capital to paying your taxes, the whole business. And we are already seeing, you use the example of Swiss. I have an experience of buying property in Cap Cana here, right? Which was better process than many other countries where I bought property, but still it was very hectic. It took me 2 months to buy it. I had to show up in the country, do a notary document, and it's a hectic process. All these government processes can be made better. You can digitize land as an asset. It's already happening in multiple countries. Countries like Sweden, they have completely removed the process of notaries and stuff. You can buy a land and all the transaction happens on the blockchain. Who bought it to who it's being sold to. Everything is being recorded on the blockchain. All the corruption is removed. You can't change the immutable ledger once it's already there. And that is what is real adoption. So I think that's what when you talk about education, when you talk about how to adopt it, there's a lot of progress happening in a lot of different places. What we want to understand is how you can adopt that and how you can use that for yourself.
Okay, great. So we running out of time. We want to continue to keep sharing insights here, but lunch is awaiting outside. So what we're going to do is each of our panelists would take another 30 seconds to 40 seconds to share some last points, and then we're going to go to Q&A and have a video surprise for you, the audience. ¿Podemos empezar de allá?
Sí, simplemente decir que el sector privado, el sector público y gobierno, reguladores, la misión principal que tenemos es evangelizar, o sea, la adopción de la tecnología digital para poder democratizar las finanzas, la inclusión financiera y capitalizar lo que eso supone para la estabilidad del sistema.
La Asociación de Bancos de la República Dominicana, la Asociación de Bancos Múltiples, tiene una apuesta importante por la tecnología y por lo que esto significa más allá del retorno de la inversión de sus asociados, sino a nivel social amplio. Y estamos abiertos a alianzas, a asociaciones con empresas que agreguen valor y que nos ayuden a construir un mejor país para todos.
So, Evan, if you can share a few words with the audience before we conclude.
I'm not going to give you 30 seconds, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. We're here talking about the future of money. The best way to predict the future is to go build it. Thank you.
Yo creo que tenemos una gran oportunidad como país. República Dominicana hoy en día goza probablemente de una de las mejores alianzas público-privadas que existen en toda la región. Tenemos que aprovecharlo. Yo creo que en esa conversación tiene que estar la academia, por todo lo que hemos comentado. Yo creo que tenemos todas las condiciones dadas, efectivamente, para hacer un desarrollo importante en transformación digital. Lo que necesitamos es reglas claras, transparencia y que nos dejen trabajar el sector privado.
Sí, resaltar que los reguladores están haciendo su trabajo. Hay que permitirle hacer el trabajo, ya que somos testigos de que han dado muestra de que están proactivos con el tema de tecnología. El mercado dominicano está madurando. Estaríamos, si nos comparáramos con algunos países de la región, estaríamos un poquito rezagados en cuanto a tema de criptoactivos, pero no implica que no tengamos el ritmo adecuado como país para que en un tiempo corto podamos estar a niveles más avanzados. El llamado de nosotros es acercarse a la tecnología, aprovechar la tecnología dominicana 100% in-house para en provecho de sus empresas, en provecho de sus situaciones o trabajo cotidiano.
Yo le dije a ustedes que este iba a ser el mejor panel, yo se lo dije, así que para concluir, lo hago en español ahora, pero lo importante es que este sector, lo que son la criptomoneda, el blockchain como tecnología, esto está aquí para quedarse y hay que aprenderlo. Yo recuerdo cuando, y todo siempre pasa así con la tecnología, siempre tenemos los early adopters, la gente que empieza, que trabaja. Cuando yo tenía mi BlackBerry, a mí no había que me hablara de iPhone, y así era la mayoría de nosotros. Pero ya aquí nadie tiene un BlackBerry. Entonces, todo evoluciona, todo cambia. Entonces, con la criptomoneda, lo que hay que aprender primero es cómo trabaja el sistema, cómo usted invierte, cómo no se deja engañar, cómo no es parte de esos esquemas piramidales que hay ahora en la industria. Ya después de eso, usted sigue desarrollándose poco a poco lo que usted pueda para así ya sea parte, porque esto está aquí para quedarse. Muchas gracias, señores.
Invitamos a todos nuestros participantes a pasar el área del foyer donde se estará sirviendo el almuerzo. Regresaremos un poco después de las 3 de la tarde para presentar al alcalde de Miami, quien estará compartiendo con nosotros en un diálogo junto con Felice Gorordo, CEO de eMerge Americas. Así que muy buen provecho a todos y les esperamos más tarde.
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on two separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra, as heard from those positions. Now, when played back simultaneously on two separate systems, the sounds are blended together to achieve a new dimension in sound impossible to obtain in a monaural recording.
Dos, hola.
Uno, dos.
No, loco, que bueno.
Dos, tres. Hola, hola. Hola. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola. 1, 2, 3. 1. Ok. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Todo público presente. Hola, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, probando.
Virginia.
Señoras, señores, si pueden ir tomando sus asientos, por favor. Vamos a comenzar con nuestro programa de la tarde. Agradecemos también a nuestros patrocinadores, sin cuya generosa colaboración no hubiese sido posible la realización de este programa. Muchas gracias a todos ellos. Continuando con nuestro programa de la tarde,
Tenemos un diálogo súper interesante entre Francis Suárez, el alcalde de la ciudad de Miami, quien se encuentra con nosotros de forma virtual, y el señor Felice Gorordo, el CEO de Emerge Las Américas, quienes hablarán sobre el ecosistema de innovación de FinTech. Agradecemos que tomen sus asientos de forma inmediata para poder continuar con el programa.
We're going to start right now. Yeah, we're going to start right now. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. I am Felice Gorordo, CEO of Emerge Americas, and I am honored to participate in this year's Foro Global. Before anything, I want to thank Presidente Leonel Fernández, la Fundación Global Democracia y Desarrollo for hosting us and convening such a distinguished group of leaders for such a timely discussion on el futuro del dinero. On a personal note, I also need to share my deep appreciation and admiration for President Fernández. Felt fortunate to have first met President more than 20 years ago, and feel truly privileged to have witnessed his steadfast leadership in action time and time again. I think we all agree that his leadership and his vision for the future remains badly needed on the global stage, and we thank him for continuing to promote the discussion and debate on ideas that will advance democracy and sustainable economic development here and around the world. For those unfamiliar with Emerge Americas, we are a platform focused on transforming Miami into becoming the tech hub of the Americas. And we do this by convening all the stakeholders that make up any thriving tech ecosystem, from government to higher ed, large corporate enterprises, early stage startups, incubators, and accelerators. We connect the dots between the entrepreneurs, the talent, and the capital. And we tell the story of how South Florida and the region as a whole is transforming. We organize startup pitch competitions, innovation challenges, investor summits, and executive roundtables as part of our roadshow throughout Latin America. And we're proud to say we're going to be hosting our next stop in the roadshow here in Santo Domingo later this fall. Every spring, we also host a global technology conference at the Miami Beach Convention Center, which draws more than 20,000 attendees from over 4,000 unique companies. At Emerge, we believe that the rise of Miami and the rise of tech across the Americas represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform our region for the better and create a new high-skilled and good-paying jobs for the knowledge economy. Our mission is to catalyze and capitalize on this very moment so it doesn't pass us by. Moreover, we believe we have a responsibility to ensure that we're not leaving anyone behind. And thanks to a great extent because of the leadership of our next speaker, Miami has undergone a transformative and exponential growth, especially in tech and in venture. To help us unpack some of the lessons learned and how Miami can be a model for the cities and ecosystems aspiring to do the same, please join me in welcoming the City of Miami Mayor, President of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and Emerge America's board member, and my good friend, Mayor Francis Suarez.
Felice, it's great to be with all of you, and thank you so much for this invitation. Thank you to the former president for this opportunity to share with you all the wonderful things that are happening in Miami and why we think it's transformative, not just of this country, of the United States of America, but of this hemisphere and potentially the world.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for joining us. I know we don't have a lot of time, so jumping right in. A lot has been written about Miami and the transformation it has undergone over the course of the last 2 years. But this didn't happen overnight, and you're quick to remind folks that this would not have been possible if it were not for the blood, sweat, and tears of leaders both in the public and private sector over the course of the last 20 years. But you've also said that this isn't a moment, it's a movement, and I couldn't agree more. But there's no question that there was a tipping point, and your leadership was pivotal in ensuring Miami could capitalize on the momentum and interest from so many who wanted to relocate during COVID. And in December 2020, you famously tweeted, "How can I help?" to an investor from a well-known venture capital fund when he posed the question, what if we move Silicon Valley to Miami? Mr. Mayor, walk us through that exchange and what steps you took and your administration to make sure you could realize that vision.
Well, Felice, as you mentioned, the "How can I help" tweet was a moment in time, but you have to sort of go back 10 to 15 years and realize that there were many leaders in our community, including the creator of Emerge Americas, Manny Medina, and his daughter, Melissa, that we both have an opportunity to work with, that saw the need for a mature ecosystem, technological ecosystem, as a means of creating prosperity for more and as a means of survival, really, of an existential survival for a city going forward. And so with their leadership and many others, we started creating this technology ecosystem. We did it by creating Emerge, which is a large tech conference. We did it by funding incubators and accelerators like Endeavor Miami and 500 Startups and Venture Hive, et cetera. And then, as this Web3 inflection was happening, this sort of transition from the industrial world to the digital world, that was sort of happening in a moment in time. All of the energy, all of the planting and seeding and watering that was done to create the foundations of an ecosystem got a tremendous shot in the arm. We call it a direct IPO, right? We were able to go from friends and family funding, seed funding, all the way to an IPO overnight, and that's the beauty of the disruptive world that we live in. That you can scale incredibly fast if you get ahead of these disruptive opportunities.
Amen, amen. And one of the things that I remember right after that tweet was you organized a Zoom because this was still during COVID, so we couldn't all come together. But you did it virtually, and you brought together all the Miami tech leaders, all the local investors, entrepreneurs, even the university presidents. And you asked them for advice. But you also asked them to lend in and help you realize that vision that we all wanted to make real.
I honestly think that's probably one of the best Harvard Business School or Kennedy School case studies, if there isn't one already, on how to galvanize public and private sector support to realize a common project. And I know you've institutionalized a lot of these efforts and this work in Venture Miami. Can you talk to us a little bit about what is Venture Miami, how does it work, and how can public policy leaders and other ecosystem leaders learn from that to help do the same in their cities?
Well, as you said, after the How Can I Help tweet, which sort of went viral, it got 3 million impressions, I decided that there was something here, right? That this was, this sort of moment that we wanted to sort of take advantage of. And I tweeted myself 800 more times in the month of December. But I very quickly realized that one person alone cannot sustain the level of energy, the sort of back end, I call it, to sustain this movement and to really allow it to grow to its potential. So I realized quickly that I had to turn and ask the rest of the ecosystem of Miami to help me to make this possible, to make the ability to cultivate this ecosystem real. And I can tell you that of the 12 years I've been in public service, I have never in my 12 years felt more supported by all of the NGOs, all of the organizations in Miami than I felt in that moment. And as you said, Venture Miami, which we created as a result of those discussions, the Knight Foundation, it was populated by FIU, it was populated by the University of Miami. So, all of these organizations said, hey, we're gonna give you resources, Miami-Dade College, we're gonna give you resources to build this out. And once we were able to do that, and we had a phenomenal leader in Saifi Shuf, who's now working with us in eMERGE, once we were able to build that out, we were able to show that the gains, right? And we showed it in terms of the high-paying jobs that we created. We showed it in the assets under managed companies that moved to Miami. We showed it in the increase in our venture capital pipeline. All of the metrics that we talked about 10, 15 years ago, when Manny was creating eMERGE and we were helping to fund it at a very small level. So these were the things that we wanted to see move in a macroscopic way. And we were finally starting to see that because we were cultivating it at a more macroscopic level.
Absolutely, and cultivated you have. You've also famously coined the phrase that Miami is a capital of capital, or I believe you say the capital of capital. Can you explain to us what you mean by that, and how do you actually realize that vision?
Well, what I mean is a few things. One is the world is becoming more decentralized. So these sort of, master hubs, if you will, like New York for finance and Silicon Valley for tech, were somewhat disintegrating. You couple that with a variety of other macro factors. And what we're seeing was a shift in what I call the center of gravity of the United States from New York in finance and from Silicon Valley in tech, both to Miami. And that confluence of capital that we were seeing migrate from New York and California was creating something new. It was creating a new hub where to the extent that centralized decisions are made, it's going to be made in a place where capital is aggregated. And we think Miami will be the largest aggregator of capital and the largest deployer of capital, potentially in the world. That's my vision. That's what I see happening. And that's what we're working towards. And there are, like I said, a lot of macro forces that are sort of wind at our back that are helping us accomplish that. But we have to do what we have to do to make sure that becomes a reality.
Absolutely, and I think another point in that is that in this transformation that's occurred over the course of the last 18 to 24 months, there's no doubt that blockchain technology, digital asset ecosystems, non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and of course, cryptocurrencies have played a big role in that. But you have also been quick to respond to those who are bearish on crypto, that even though there are going to be highs and lows, gains and losses in the short term, we need to stay focused on the long-term applicability of these technologies. For folks who are new to this space and looking to get involved, and for those who are decision makers, especially other elected officials, how would you recommend that they get started in this space if this is something new and how particularly have you gone about educating yourself and becoming, I think at this point, pretty much an expert in all things blockchain and crypto?
Yeah, I feel like in the last couple of years, I've gotten a PhD in a lot of these technologies. Certainly, connecting in the right circles with people who are experts, listening. Obviously, I've read a tremendous amount in the space. I was part of the Florida Blockchain Foundation. When the CFO named me on behalf of the state of Florida, the Florida Blockchain Task Force as well. So, I've gotten involved in things that are going to increase my knowledge sphere. So I would recommend that people, obviously not only just Google things, but read books on the things that they, that they are passionate about. I think it's a lot more intuitive than what people think. It's really the digitization of our society. It's really taking all these analog assets and making them digital. So it's not as complex as people think. For some reason, when you transition from something you can touch to something that only you can see, it creates a lot of confusion for people who are used to that legacy system. But the truth of the matter is money is still money, or stores of values are still stores of value, things that you exchange. Art is still art. It's just in a different form. Contract, there are things that are evolutions, right? Like the smart contracting concept, where contracts will do if-then functions, right? As opposed to a static contract that you just look at the words on the paper and you interpret them, and a judge will have to decide who's right and who's wrong. You can build functionality into contracts now where if something happens, then something else happens. And so that is a part of the evolution of computers thinking more, being taught to learn, being taught to think, quantum computing. Then of course, cybersecurity becomes a big issue because you have to make sure that the data that you're aggregating is protected, because data is going to become, one of the most sought after and valuable pieces of information.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, another thing I know that you're very passionate about is talent development and learning from the best of the best. And all the major technology hubs at a global scale do a great job of not just attracting great talent, but cultivating their own homegrown talent pipelines. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're doing in Miami with Miami's universities and colleges to help build out our own homegrown talent pipelines?
Yeah, look, I think first you have to recognize that talent will go where there's opportunity, right? 95% of the people that live in Silicon Valley were not born in Silicon Valley. So, talent migration is something that happens based on capital migration, right? And so I think the fact that capital is migrating to Miami, we're seeing that we're number one in the nation in tech job migration, right? In addition to tech job growth. But I think it's important that we cultivate our own talent, right? I mean, when I was young, I had friends that went to a lot of the same schools that I did that ended up going to college, outside of Miami. A lot of good friends that did that. And some of them didn't come back because some of the jobs that they were seeking were not available. And the jobs that sort of change the world and that are scalable, like technology, were just not available in Miami. And so that always bothered me. And it always sort of left me feeling like, people are being separated from their families and they're not getting an opportunity to be reunited. So that's something I focused on with the university system, the current university system, to try to reinforce it. The Knight Foundation has been a huge participant in that. And now we're also looking at other educational partnerships that could give us sort of that premium status that, as you mentioned, some of these other tech ecosystems have by virtue of the educational institutions that are in the surrounding areas. I think every major tech city should have a high-level tech education. And then I'd say the last piece is, we have a brand in Miami called Miami for Everyone. We want to make sure that everyone in our city has an opportunity to be successful. I don't think I'd be doing my job as mayor if I couldn't wake up in the morning knowing that I was working as hard as I could to try to make that a reality. So we're focusing on tech charter schools. We're focusing on reinforcing our educational ecosystem so that every child has an opportunity to be successful.
Amen. No, and I think, another, if we're unpacking the secret sauce and the recipe that goes into the Miami success story, I think another really important element of this has been your overall communication strategy. You're undoubtedly the best ambassador and evangelist that we have for this vision that we all are striving to try and realize. Talk to us a little bit about how you've gone getting the message out, changing the narrative also about Miami, and being able to also bring folks into the conversation that typically have not been part of it.
Yeah. I kind of backed into that strategy. I think, I was the first person to get COVID, ironically, on March 12, 2020, and a good friend who's someone I really listened to gave me an idea to do a diary, right, for every day that I had COVID. And my social media just exploded. And the transparency and the connectivity and understanding what the portal of social media could be used for, was very powerful. It sort of resonated with me. And then I think the second part was, to change a reputation, it takes time and it takes repetition. If you want to change a reputation from being someone, who was young and sort of daring to someone who is a little more serious and studious, it takes time. You gotta be serious and studious for a long period of time before people start to say, I wonder if that person has changed. So I think part of the whole Cafecito Tech Talks, which were, having this podcast that was free and that told the Miami story, because people come see me constantly. And I wanted to open that up. I wanted that level of transparency to open that up to my viewers, to those who don't have an opportunity to be in the room when I'm meeting these incredible people and share their stories, the Miami stories, with the general public. That's given me an opportunity to really communicate this at scale and help change the reputation of Miami.
Amen. Absolutely. Last but not least, because I know we're limited on time, today's forum is titled The Future of Money. And FinTech is definitely the leading vertical for venture capital dollars invested in South Florida, as well as across the Americas. Can you share us with what you think is the future of money and how the region as a whole should position itself to capitalize on what that future entails?
Yeah. So first of all, we've seen a 2,000% increase in investments in blockchain companies in Miami in the last couple of years. So that's unbelievable, which also shows the appetite for investments in that ecosystem. So that's part of it. I think the other part is, look, we're seeing rampant inflation. When we're seeing a Fed has to combat that with increasing interest rates. It makes you wonder what is the best system, right? And I think we can debate whether Bitcoin should be at 20,000 or 30,000 or 50 or 60,000. I think the fact that it's at 20,000 times more valuable right now than the base currency of the world gives you an indication of how the market prices one system versus another. That's the way I look at it. And I think it's interesting that one system is open source, it's transparent, but it is, and was created by human beings, but it's not human manipulated, versus another system where, the biases of people, their desires to want to affect a certain outcome that may be beyond the monetary system influences their decisions. And so I think that's what we're going to see play out over the next few years. And we'll see the sort of the benefits and the detriments of both systems. And who knows what will happen? Will they merge? Will we have both systems running in parallel? It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I know we had you waiting for a little bit, so we want to thank you for your patience, for being so gracious with your time and your insights. I mean, I think in summation and in summary, a couple things that I heard that's part of the secret sauce of Miami is definitely bringing everyone to the table, all stakeholders, being intentional about connecting those dots, and being also purposeful with the story you're trying to tell and evangelize. Absolutely. But none of this would be possible without great leadership. And so we thank you for your leadership. And we thank also President Fernández for his leadership and La Fundación. Yes. And we look forward to continuing the conversation both here and in Miami at Emerge Americas. Thank you, Amen. Everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. All right.
Thank you very much, Felice. And thank you to the Mayor of Miami. We're definitely enjoying his sharing of his best practices and his experiences in his city. It's definitely going to be one example to follow. Next up in our program, lo siguiente en nuestro programa es la participación, las palabras del señor Brooke Pierce.
quien es el chairman de la Fundación Bitcoin y también es un gran pionero de blockchain, inversionista de impacto y filántropo, con un amplio historial de fundación, asesoramiento e inversión en empresas disruptivas. Le damos la bienvenida al señor Pierce. Mr. Pierce, the floor is yours. Señores, el señor Brock Pierce.
Do we have a clicker and the presentation or no? Here we are. Is there a clicker? Well, good afternoon, Casa de Campo, Dominican Republic. I'm Brock Pierce. And I'm grateful to be here with you today and to present for the first time an organization that was birthed organically through an activity that started just over a year ago, starting with El Salvador and their legislation to create the Bitcoin law, and that is unicorn.org, or the United Council of Rising Nations. So what is a unicorn? Aside from being a mythical animal that I think any of you with kids may know well, and your kids may love and be on t-shirts and otherwise, but a unicorn in the context of technology, which is where most of my life and career has taken place, is what we call a startup that has achieved a $1 billion valuation. And there's been over 1,000 companies in the technology sector that have achieved this mythical status, some of which, 50 of whom, have gotten to a $10 billion or greater valuation. More than 50 countries in the world have a GDP below these organizations. Startups, innovative technologies are creating companies and organizations with values greater than 25% of the world's nations. This is a very interesting time in civilization or human history, where private or public companies have influence on par with that of nation states. And we don't think there's any reason why governments are not, governments can't be in a position, to have this sort of impact. These being just a few of these companies: Spain, Mexico, Australia, South Korea, and their market caps being on par with Amazon at over 1 trillion. The Facebooks or the Metas, the Apples of the world, and the impact they have on economies around the world. Microsoft, Apple. So the idea is that countries, if they become entrepreneurial, if they become startup nations, if they try to bring in entrepreneurial DNA into the governments and work with the private sector correctly, to use innovation as a tool for rapid and positive transformation, can't become unicorn nations or unicorns too. And so, me and a number of my friends on the forefront of innovation are looking for countries that want to embrace this type of change. And so I'm glad to be here to engage with the private sector, the public sector, the nonprofits, the creative culture in the government, to see how those of us on the forefront of change can understand the issues here and provide creative solutions to the challenges at hand to enable this country and others to become unicorn nations. And so the United Council of Rising Nations is a member association. This is the first time it's been presented publicly, promoting technology, financial inclusion, and equality across all countries, representing nations of all sizes and every sector. We deploy leaders with these solutions because there's a new generation. Historically, if you were on the forefront of change, if you had the latest and greatest in intellectual property or a product, you would typically go to the largest nations in the world with the biggest populations or the potential for customers and the highest GDP, because that's where the biggest economic opportunity would lie for you. There's a new generation of entrepreneurs and leaders that are not focused on the markets where they can make the most money, but are interested in the places where they can create the most positive change. I don't measure my success in life by what I have. I measure my success by the impact I'm having in the world. It's why I say that a billionaire to me isn't someone with $1 billion, but someone who's positively impacting the lives of 1 billion people or more. If life were a video game, and I come from the gaming business, I don't measure my score by what I've personally accumulated. I went into the options menu of life and I play a different game. I play a game of impact. I think that's what the world needs right now, and there's not just me, there's a lot of us that are focused on how do we build a better world, and a world that can work for everyone. And we have new tools that can help facilitate that change here and now. That's our mission. We're very interested in the Sustainable Development Goals. You know, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. These things have already been mapped out. You know, for example, I was a part of, I'm the only public person that's visibly involved with a project called Diatom. How many of you know what a diatom is or what diatoms are? D-I-A-T-O-M. Diatom is a single-celled organism or a phytoplankton that is responsible for sequestering 50% of the world's carbon and creating half of the oxygen on Earth that we need to breathe. Star Trek did an episode of a planet where whales were necessary for the survival of that planet. It turns out that's planet Earth, because there's a symbiotic relationship between the whales and the diatom. The diatom can't live without the whales and vice versa. And so we, trying to solve the Sustainable Development Goal number 14, you know, the oceans, created a project called the Diatom DAO, where using NFTs, or non-fungible tokens as art, we sold 50 whales in a whale sale, where the proceeds of that sale went into the diatom DAO, or the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, or the endowment, then through the beginning of a token sale, adding more resources to it, utilizing this thing called DeFi, or decentralized finance, to generate yield from the market for the purposes of refi, or regenerative finance, to create a flywheel, something that can create perpetual resources to solve one of the world's greatest problems. We then created a new credit market called PRC, or plastic removal credits, that were pegged to the underlying currency called DIOT, where 1 kilogram of plastic in the world's ocean was the underlying currency. And in the same way that we use carbon credits as a way where those that are emitting can take responsibility for their actions, it creates the demand side of the market. So using NFTs, DAOs, DeFi, and a new credit market to create demand, we took a first attempt at weaving all these technologies together to solve one of the world's greatest problems. You know, that first experiment brought in its tens of millions. We hit the restart or reset button. These ideas will keep emerging. But there's a group of us that are trying to solve the world's biggest problems using innovative new ideas. And a lot of these things could take place here. We had also created a game where if you identified large amounts of plastic in the ocean, you tag it or you grab it and you bring it back to a port and receive that digital currency for it. This is just the forefront of change, and we're going to continue to work our way through all of these issues. So this is the concept of thinking outside the blocks. You know, and this isn't just about cryptocurrency. It's about how do we upgrade our energy infrastructure in a way that can create a world that persists for the generations that follow. New forms of telecom infrastructure. I'm part of a project called Skydweller. We have the world's largest drone in the world. It's got the wingspan of a 747. It won the world record using solar power to traverse the entire planet. It holds about an 800-pound payload of telecom equipment. It's basically a flying cell phone tower, and that's coming to the Caribbean to be able to provide ubiquitous access to telecom even in rural areas at low cost. You know, this is a technology that can be brought here, for example. How do we upgrade supply chains? Hunter, who's here in the audience, built the free trade economic zone for the government of Dubai, I think increasing their GDP by 6%. And there's all sorts of stuff in terms of how technology can create efficiency in our supply chains. Certainly in the context of food, there's a famine coming because of the disruption of what's happened between Russia and the Ukraine. Fortunately, the grain is going to flow, but the accelerant or the fertilizer that was needed from Russia, the Belarus, and the Ukraine didn't get to where it was needed. Winter is coming, and there's a lot that can be done to create efficiency in supply chain to make sure that food gets to the places that are needed. Certainly, island nations where food security should be at the top of your list. The DR, I'm not concerned about as much as I am other places in the region. Obviously, healthcare. Real wealth is health at the end of the day. Our systems of education, finance, trade, taxes. These technologies are not just about the future of money. Technology, in the same way that the internet has impacted every industry, all of our lives, and now all of our institutions, are going to continue to create change, right? Change is a constant. It's not if it's going to happen, it's how we react to it, right? That is our responsibility, our response to it. And so I'm glad on behalf of our organization to be able to come here and to begin a sort of reconnaissance mission to better understand the issues in the DR and how we might be able to provide innovative solutions to work with you and the future of your country. I like to say that technology by itself is amoral. It's a tool. It's neither good or bad. How we use it and our intentions determines the impact it has. Since today is about the future of money, I should at least take a moment to talk about what's happening there. I was the chairman of Mastercoin. We were the first ICO, changing capital formation, where in the past you needed to be in the Silicon Valley to have access to resources. Capital formation is changing, where if you have a great idea, you can access resources from anywhere. COVID has also accelerated this idea that we can work from anywhere. And a place with beautiful weather and beaches like right here looks like a pretty appealing place to work, meaning there's an ability to attract the best and the brightest because they can work from anywhere now. And this is a pretty good place. And capital formation is allowing that to occur. That's one thing. I was also one of the founders of Tether. We invented the stable coin. It's doing over $50 trillion a year in transactional volume. We invented the idea of CBDCs and how governments and monetary systems and policies can be used in terms of technology to upgrade those systems, and happy to continue to engage here, with this government and the banking sector. I've started a couple of banks, so I know a little bit about that as well. I've done a little bit of everything, and ever a student and curious to learn and to work with. I live in Puerto Rico, and so coming here is incredibly convenient. I can take a boat. So always happy to find a good excuse to visit. Another issue that is prevalent in the world is this concept of banking, the on and underbanked. A majority of the population of the world doesn't have access to financial services. These technologies are really making an impact and creating financial inclusion. One example, I think President Bukele may have given a virtual speech here today. If not, I'll highlight some of the impact that he's had. 70% of the population of El Salvador was unbanked, even though we've known about this issue for decades. No one had been able to put a meaningful dent into those numbers. This Bitcoin law flipped the script. It went from 70% not having access to 70% having access. Clearly, there's still some growing pains. There's still some issues and kinks that need to be worked out. But these numbers don't lie. It's had an immediate impact that will take still a little bit of time and education to become smooth. But this is the only example of that I've seen with an outside technology. Panama during COVID implemented their driver's license or their system of ID to be able to get resources into the hands of the people during lockdowns. Another interesting example. In Africa, Kenya was the leading market in the world in terms of payments infrastructure. They used prepaid minutes as a form of currency to create financial inclusion. It was cell phone minutes or the telco standard. Obviously, places like China have become very advanced by using their messaging systems, as well as South Korea. So there are multiple solutions, and they exist, and every single one of them involve technology, and happy to continue to be a resource of knowledge for it. Right now, this is a hot topic, legislation and regulation around the world. And from my vantage point, I just see governments competing right now to implement innovative legislation to attract the agents of change. I've got over 40 governments trying to get me there to advocate and understand. I can't move around fast enough. You know, this is easy, it's convenient. I'm sorry to everybody in Africa. It's a little easier to get to Central America and the Caribbean, and so I've prioritized you out of convenience. But there's incredible demand because the early impact of passing innovative legislation, even if it's meaningless, right, in the beginning, it's not about landmark legislation. You don't have to do anything at this point. In the future, you will. Anything big or bold. Right now, just something small sends a signal to the world's, the builders of the future. It sends a signal that you have a government that is interested in innovation, that is interested in engaging in conversation and wants to learn. The bar is incredibly low right now to attract agents of change. The bar will continually get higher because there's not that many of us. We can't be everywhere. And Puerto Rico, from my vantage point, is the center of the world. It's the capital of intellectual sort of innovation in this area. So very easy to attract those people, at least for day trips, to come over. And so, I won't go through all of this, but these are just some of the areas where we've been active. This is CZ, the founder of Binance, one of the wealthiest people in the world in a very short period of time, with the ambassador of El Salvador to the United States. We've led multiple missions there. Our first formal delegation, we were the first delegation to enter El Salvador when COVID hit. We brought 34 of us in, and that team implemented most everything that happened in El Salvador. And we were happy to be in service to their legislation to get that done. We've been throughout the Caribbean talking to countries. We've been spending time in Morocco and working with their government recently. Romania, I think we were in the Prime Minister's office when the war broke out. Obviously very sad, everything happening in Eastern Europe right now. Ecuador. And so grateful to be here. There's a long list of countries, and I live my life in service. You're my neighbors. From books I used to read, it said, love thy neighbor, so let me know how I can help. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. If you can remain in the stage for a little longer, we are about to open the floor for a couple of questions. Vamos a abrir los micrófonos al público para cualquier pregunta que tengan para el señor Pierce.
Yeah, I think we've got, we're going to go through a few questions. So if you have a question for me, please raise your hand. Someone is running a microphone around now.
Hi, my name is Alexandre Rigaud. I like to describe what I do as gamifying life for positively engaging humanity.
I love it.
Thanks. Love what you do. Very interesting. My question to you is, fully understand your approach towards the region, and what is your take on tackling such a nation, not a nation, but a region such as Africa with such solutions?
Well, as a region, the Caribbean is an area that I'm very interested in as a sandbox, right? These are in some instances, very small countries that can implement innovative ideas very quickly because of the size, and an opportunity to create roadmaps that others can utilize at a larger scale. And so I'm very interested in the energy infrastructure in the region. You know, importing fossil fuels to create energy is fairly expensive. We have abundant sunlight. Again, the ability to implement financial tools, to access credit. There's a lot of stuff that can be done here, and it's just very easy for me to move around. I'm also very interested in Central America, but Africa, as you raised, is, I've always been saying in most of my talks for nearly a decade that it's Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia that stands to benefit the most, right? It's this concept of leapfrogging, right? You don't have the same level of incumbency of infrastructure where there's groups trying to protect what's there to the same degree. And so there's an opportunity to jump ahead of the developed world, right? To have the latest and greatest. And so I see Africa as the biggest region in the world that stands to benefit at scale the most in terms of lack of credit, you know, old or non-existent infrastructure. It's where the opportunity is greatest, but that's not to say it doesn't exist in a lot of places. You know, my interest is really in the nations that could use the upgrade most. And, you know, fortunately, you know, we are living in an unprecedented time where we've got incredible tools, you know, stuff that looks almost like it comes from a science fiction novel, you know, indistinguishable from magic because it's so advanced in terms of technology, and it's real, provably so. And it's here, available to those that are welcoming to it. I hope that answers your question. We've got a couple of hands in the back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pierce. I have a question. Well, I have a team, and we are educated. As you know, when you go to different countries, education is important, right? And even people that you actually talk about the solutions, they don't understand that. We have a project locally here that calls the DIP. Yeah, the DIP. And we actually share or teach people what actually blockchain technology is, because people understand more about cryptocurrencies, but without blockchain, people don't understand that. How can you engage those people that don't understand, the people that are the leadership of those countries? How can you engage them to understand that blockchain is for everyone? Because they don't understand actually. When you go there, I'm sure that you know that that's the limitation that you have. Most of them doesn't have the knowledge of what the technology can do with us. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, change is hard, right? We all deal with it, even at an individual level, right? Change is challenging. The status quo is generally easiest because, fortunately for most of us, I assume all of us in the room, it's quite comfortable. Change is often a little bit painful and it requires a great deal of effort, but we're living during a period of change, and there will be winners and there will be losers, right? I think that, as a government, it's easy to fear that which we don't understand, and we conquer fear with knowledge. It's our responsibility to take the time to be informed so that we can represent our people and our nations as best we can. It isn't that hard. It does require some effort to learn. As far as the cryptocurrency is concerned, it's easier to comprehend applications of technology. than to understand the technology that underpins it, right? The blockchain is the underlying technology. Think of it as the operating system, like on your phone. And cryptocurrency was just the first application. It's just a new type of database. A database that brings security. It's the most secure system the world has ever seen. It brings transparency when desired to markets that could often use it, because that brings greater accountability, right? It brings speed and efficiency, all really good things that ultimately are unstoppable, right? When something comes along that is so much better than what's currently there, it is inevitable. When something is so much better than what currently exists, it eventually will render the old obsolete, right? These things are inevitable, and I think it's important to take the time to be informed. It's not a race. You don't have to go too fast. You don't have to take risk, as I said, baby steps. And you often don't want to be first. You don't want to be in El Salvador's position. But what you do want to be is a fast follower. You want to be watching the actions of others, studying the impact, make sure you know it, and know it in a timely manner so that you can be a fast follower. That's generally where the opportunity lies. You don't want to be last. And so, that's my view of knowledge, and obviously, it's an age thing and the importance of education, right? The young people just know it inherently, because digital is practically in their DNA. It's a little harder for those of us as we get older to change with the times, but it's still very possible. It just requires a little bit more effort. It's not inherent. It doesn't come automatically, but there is nothing happening right now that is so complex or difficult that you won't figure it out. It's just requires a little bit of effort. And generally, the best advice I give people is, if you haven't done it, how many of you own any cryptocurrency? Okay, looks like about a third of the room put their hand up. The easiest thing to do is just go buy $20 worth of Bitcoin, or 10 if that's too much, or 5 if that's too much. That's step one. It's not a financial investment. I've never encouraged people to invest in anything other than yourselves, to invest in your own knowing. That's step one. You'll learn, the lesson you'll learn is perhaps priceless. And it's $5, $10, $20, the price of a drink, or a bottle of wine, or a glass, depending upon where you are. And it'll equip you for the future and begin your journey of knowing. Hopefully that answered your question thoroughly.
Hi. You kind of answered my question in your last answer, but basically my point was that the thing I wanted to address or ask is, when we propose innovation, embracing those who are in a vulnerable position, those who are already at extreme risk, and innovation is inherently risky, how can we mitigate the negative impact of when innovation fails? Especially when this population doesn't have a safety net, when there's nothing to recover if they lose the little bit they have or that they don't have.
Yeah, it's worth talking a moment about the negative, right? Everything is, there's two sides to the coin, or of the coin, right? And as I said a few minutes ago, that technology is amoral. It's a tool. How we use it determines the impact it has. And when new technologies emerge, like the internet and all of those things that have come before it, that technology is going to have good applications and negative applications. It's not going to be all good, right? You can't just look at things based upon where it is today. You have to also look at the future and what it will be like in the tomorrow. And so we're learning some of the hard lessons, right? You know, when you have an asymmetry of information, when there's the have-nots and the haves in terms of knowledge, you know, there will be bad actors that show up to try and take advantage of those that don't know any better. You know, and anyone that says, oh, invest in this or buy that, generally don't listen to them. You know, it's hard to be taken advantage of when you're thinking for yourself. When someone is just providing you with the wisdom or the knowledge to be informed so you can make informed decisions for yourself, you know, don't blindly trust, right? Trust your gut, your own intuition. And so what do? And these are, you know, the conversations that are happening at a regulatory level, right? Regulation itself isn't bad. It's there to hopefully stop bad actors, make examples of crooks, you know, so that they don't defraud or take advantage of people. But we don't want regulation also to stifle innovation, right? And it's a delicate balance of how do we protect the people, but also make sure that we're participants in the future, you know, and that we have a seat at the table. And so there's not a simple, clear answer to that. You know, it's, you know, we're learning. We're learning as we go. And there's still lessons to be learned and experiments to occur and finding that delicate balance of inviting innovation while at the same time, you know, making sure that people don't get hurt, of which they will. And it will happen some more. And that's okay. It's part of the process of learning. Part of why I told you $5, $10, $20. If that's how you start, that's the total exposure. That's as bad as you're likely going to get hurt. And I think that's a good place to start. Small, very small. Until you're prepared, because you're going to need some learning. You know, when you bought your first computer or got your first smartphone, you know, your first credit card, you needed to learn a little bit. Don't let everyone have access to your credit card information. You know, don't let everyone have access to your social security or, you know, core identification information. Protect the passwords to your email accounts, right? These are all things we've been learning. It's not beyond your ability, but, you know, this is that next sort of step, and it's going to require a little bit more learning. And so, take your time, learn slowly, and take small steps. You know, change is happening, and it's happening quickly, but not so quickly that you need to panic, you know, step by step, both individually, as your businesses, and as a government and its institutions. Hopefully that answered your question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pierce, for your energy and definitely for your positive views, which are not blind positivism, but based on your real life experiences. Unfortunately, time is precious, so vamos a dar por terminado este panel. We're going to end it here con un gran aplauso para el señor Pierce. Thank you very much. Y con esto damos paso a nuestro panel final de conclusiones y para ello vamos a invitar al escenario al señor José Frank Almeida y a María Gualesca Álvarez.
Uno.
Probando. Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Llegando ya al final de la jornada, nos han puesto a José Frank y a mí una realmente difícil tarea, porque como compilamos un resumen de cerca de 10 minutos de todo lo que han sido los temas que hemos abordado en la jornada de hoy. Pero afortunadamente vamos a hacer esto como una conversación entre amigos, aprovechando que José Frank y yo somos amigos de muchas batallas, precisamente promoviendo el tema de la transformación digital en la República Dominicana y en América. Así que, José Frank, ¿qué hemos aprendido en el día de hoy?
Así es, María. Bueno, lo que a mí más me ha llamado la atención definitivamente es el interés. El interés en este tema, el interés en aprender, el hecho de que haya habido un público definitivamente tan concurrido, digamos, llama la atención. Y como tú bien dices, es muy difícil en un solo día poder abordar todos los temas que tienen que ver con esta transformación y con esta disrupción que se está dando, de nuevo, no solamente en el mercado financiero, sino lo que hace blockchain como tecnología en sentido general. Entonces, definitivamente, ojalá hayan otros espacios de discusión de este tipo, seguro que lo va a haber, y que obviamente podamos nosotros también pues tener la oportunidad de compartir con gente que ya tiene la experiencia en otras latitudes, en otros países, y que, bueno, nos ayuden en la República Dominicana a la implementación de esta tecnología.
Yo quisiera, como parte de estas conclusiones, referirme a una palabra que de alguna manera hemos escuchado a lo largo de muchas conversaciones, y es liderazgo. Y en esa línea, felicitar y agradecer el espacio que ha creado precisamente Funglode, la visión del presidente Fernández, Marco y todo su equipo, por permitir este tipo de conversaciones. Y es que el presidente Fernández siempre ha sido un disruptor en los temas tecnológicos y siempre ha visto un poquito más allá de la curva. Y en esa línea, yo tomando algunas anotaciones de palabras que fueron como constantes a lo largo de varias conversaciones, y a mí me gusta ser optimista, y yo creo que República Dominicana, la región, tiene hoy en día una gran oportunidad cuando miramos lo que está pasando en el mundo. Vemos que son crisis que como región y como país, pues nosotros pudiéramos ciertamente apalancarnos en todas esas cosas que ya tenemos y en aquellos conceptos que han sido bastante constantes en el día de hoy, y conceptos como la necesidad de políticas, regulaciones, pero que sean neutrales, objetivas, que no detengan el desarrollo, que si bien promuevan el ecosistema que se necesitan, no detengan la innovación y la creatividad, reglas claras en todos los sentidos. Y me queda clarísimo que todavía tenemos muchísimos retos, muchísimas interrogantes. Eso nos deja en que estamos ciertamente en un proceso de aprendizaje que creo que debemos abordar de diferentes maneras, sin perder todo lo que es la necesidad de atender el conocimiento, las competencias digitales con las que estamos preparando a nuestro talento, los niños y las niñas, pero también los no tan niños, los que nos vemos obligados a seguir aprendiendo, a seguir precisamente formándonos en todas estas disrupciones. Yo creo que es necesario abordar esta conversación desde lo que es el blockchain y de lo que son las criptomonedas. Yo creo que hay muchísimos matices que aclarar. Este tipo de espacios permiten una mayor profundidad sobre ello. Y yo creo que no hay duda de que hay muchísimas oportunidades, hay retos, definitivamente hay grandes desafíos, pero yo creo que son desafíos que podemos abordar si tenemos la voluntad para hacerlo. El liderazgo y definitivamente una conversación abierta, constante y clara como la que se ha tenido en el día de hoy.
Definitivamente, María. Otro aspecto importante que lo mencionó el señor Pierce hace unos minutos es que la tecnología es un habilitador, más que nada. Y eso es algo que nosotros siempre lo hemos hablado en diferentes foros en los que hemos estado, incluso María y yo juntos. La tecnología es un habilitador y lo que se haga con ella depende de las decisiones que nosotros tomemos. Entonces yo creo que también es importante ese foco, el foco de cómo, hacia dónde la dirigimos. Yo creo que el señor Pierce también dio algunos casos de uso interesantes. En los paneles se dieron algunos casos de uso interesantes. Aquí hay personas que son hacedores de leyes, por decirlo de alguna manera. Ahí está el empresariado, está la clase política. Yo creo que hay definitivamente un foro en el que se puede discutir este tipo de cosas y son los agentes de cambio que en definitiva necesitamos para que esto se dé. Otra de las cosas interesantes o una de las ponencias bastante interesantes y sobre todo balanceada, o para balancear, digamos, el escenario, fue la del señor Jim Reynolds, cuando explicaba precisamente lo que, en su opinión, era el Bitcoin. Y precisamente el hecho de que haya nacido como una herramienta de pagos persona a persona, no lo hace necesariamente un instrumento de inversión. Entonces yo creo que también son temas que, fuera de lo que crea el entusiasmo por ver, como también alguien decía aquí, que alguien se puede hacer rico de la noche a la mañana, que no siempre eso pasa, no es así, es también entender lo que hay de fondo con todo esto y las herramientas que se le da a la gente para que pueda pues utilizarlo.
La jornada de hoy ha transcurrido sobre el futuro del dinero, pero yo voy a repetir una pregunta. ¿Cuántos de aquí han de alguna manera jugado con criptomonedas o activos digitales? Sin vergüenza, recuerden que estamos en un foro abierto.
Sí.
Entonces, viendo la cantidad de personas que han levantado la mano, yo creo que una conclusión, y también fue una constante en varias de las intervenciones, es que estamos en el presente y que ese futuro en el que nos han invitado a reflexionar pues obedece mucho más a cómo realmente empezamos a facilitar y a reorganizar este ecosistema para promover ese uso positivo y tomar como país las decisiones de cómo realmente hacer uso de esta herramienta que ya se encuentra entre nosotros, que cada día es mucho más creciente y que llegó para quedarse. Y yo creo que eso es una conclusión importante que sacamos de esta jornada. Aquellos que en algún momento han tenido la duda de si realmente esto es algo transitorio, de modo pasajero, yo creo que hay información profunda de la que hemos visto en el día de hoy que nos da una corriente importante de que somos irreversiblemente digitales, que los activos digitales llegaron para quedarse y que se trata un poco de cómo con ese liderazgo y este tipo de conversaciones realmente somos capaces de encauzar y de guiar ese proceso y definitivamente hacerlo de una manera más organizada y mucho más orgánica que lo que venimos haciéndolo hasta ahora.
Es así, definitivamente. Y cuando tú ves, por ejemplo, lo que pasó en la pandemia, muchas de las cosas de las que hicimos o cómo avanzamos desde el punto de vista digital en la pandemia fue prácticamente empujado por esa necesidad de que teníamos que seguir operando, teníamos que seguir construyendo como país, y nos vimos en la necesidad entonces de pues digitalizar procesos que antes para nosotros no era posible o no se quería o no se podía adoptar o que se le tenía, para utilizar una palabra que se mencionó mucho aquí, no se le tenía la confianza suficiente. No había la confianza para digamos, utilizar todo el mecanismo, los procesos digitales. De nuevo, no solamente en el sistema financiero, sino en varias industrias que tuvieron que al final trabajar remotamente. Nosotros tuvimos varias experiencias en las que tuvimos que asistir clientes de manera remota completamente, cuando quizás el cliente o nosotros mismos no estuvimos preparados para ello. Entonces, sin duda, esto es un cambio y, como bien dice María, llegó para quedarse. Ojalá que no sea definitivamente forzado, sino que tengamos el tiempo suficiente para aprender, para implementar y para adoptar.
Ya para concluir, yo quiero compartir con ustedes algunas notas que tomé de conclusiones que fueron, vamos a decir, repetitivas en varios de los oradores y de los panelistas que nos acompañaron, que de una forma u otra decían, yo creo que tenemos que tener un poco más de tolerancia al fracaso. O sea, la tecnología definitivamente es una herramienta, es algo muy volátil. Hoy estamos hablando de blockchain y criptomonedas, mañana seguro vamos a hablar de otra cosa. Así que yo creo que el tema de la tolerancia al fracaso es importante, aprender rápido. Alguien decía fast followers. Yo creo que estamos en tiempos donde hay que evitar parálisis por análisis. donde encontrar ese balance y ese equilibrio adecuado, que es al que nos han invitado de alguna manera en muchas de las disertaciones, para encontrar esas regulaciones, esas políticas, esas reglas claras que generen ese balance y ese equilibrio que yo creo que es parte de la fórmula secreta para tener una sociedad competitiva y exitosa, pero que todo esto depende de un factor muy importante. El liderazgo, como bien hemos mencionado, depende también de que seamos capaces como sociedad de tener la madurez, de tener a todos los actores sentados en la mesa, sociedad civil, academia, sector privado, sector público, todos los actores relevantes en un diálogo permanente, genuino, con una colaboración realmente abierta, porque al final eso es lo que la tecnología nos ha dejado, la posibilidad de disruptir la sociedad, pero si tenemos ese liderazgo, esa comunicación y a todos los sectores sentados en la misma mesa, como esa fórmula mágica de la que hablaba Felice y el alcalde, que es lo que está permitiendo que muchas de estas sociedades se revolucionen. ¿Y por qué no? República Dominicana tiene todas esas condiciones y un poco más.
Así es. Yo creo que lo cubrimos todo realmente. El último comentario que quisiera hacerles es que le tomemos la palabra a todos aquellos que nos han ofrecido su ayuda. Vamos a necesitarla definitivamente. Vamos a necesitar gente con la experiencia de los panelistas que estuvieron aquí con nosotros hoy presentes. Hay que formar gente, con uno hablaba, por ejemplo, y me decía, mira, tenemos que formar auditores nuevos, tenemos que formar gente operativa nueva, tenemos que formar personal que pueda administrar todos estos procesos y que los conozca y que los entienda. Entonces, asimismo, como gente como el alcalde de Miami, por ejemplo, con lo que está haciendo, pues se han ofrecido a ayudarnos, tomémosle la palabra y definitivamente comencemos a trabajar juntos en este sentido.
Bueno, pues con esto creemos o esperamos haber logrado el cometido de en pocos minutos resumir un ejercicio de un día completo. Afortunadamente me tocó hacerlo con José Fran, como digo, alguien con quien hemos batallado en este mundo de la transformación digital, pero sobre todo nuevamente felicitar al Foro Global y a Funglode por permitir estos espacios, porque esto precisamente es una muestra de ese liderazgo y de eso que necesitamos, pedir ayuda, tener a los que nos ayuden y tener este diálogo con todos los que aquí estamos sentados. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Podemos tener a los panelistas, por favor, en el escenario para la foto grupal. If we can have all the panelists, please, here on stage for the official photo, that would be great. Thank you so much.
I see many panelists and speakers. Can you come up to the stage for just 2 minutes for the official picture?